Chris from Airwindows, and we're doing another live stream. Hello, Before23. And today is going to fairly quickly switch over to a bunch of Minecraft game playing. Mind you, there are other games that I could play if I'm serious about that. Like, if I'm not mistaken, I could play Kerbal Space Program or City Skylines. And those are all available possible things. Thing is, in the Minecraft, the last time I was there, I got the capacity to make giant titanic spheres of whatever, and I made a giant titanic sphere of glass at a particular location which I was going to curate a kind of terrarium inside. And that's certainly something that I can do. That said, I can't start that right away. I was just poking around on my laptop, which is kind of air-gapped, and I noticed that its time is off. Its time is like, it thinks it's 8:57, and it's actually 9. So I went to connect it to the network, and I found that the network it thinks it's the previous internet that I had back before I had like broadband, or serious broadband anyway. I went from DSL to fiber for about the same price. I had been on the same DSL modem for like a decade, so that goes to show you, back in the day, that was very impressive. And I'm finishing up some cathedral-sized impulses for what I'm probably going to be doing on Thursday. And I'm also there's a bunch of things I've got going on that I can show off. And anybody who's watching this on replay, because I know that people don't stick with me for 8 hours. This is not your job. I'm sharing part of my job, but your job is not to stay here. You can drop in and out anytime you like. But I'm pretty sure people watch it just to have something going on and have me talking and stuff in the background, which seems like a fine way of using live streams, honestly. That seems perfectly fine. You may notice I have a different sized cup. I am trying to switch over from what I'd been doing, which was some fancy stevia and creamer coffee, and then a bunch of espressos. I'm going to see whether I can't switch over to drinking just like straight black coffee for a stream or two, because I'm running into health problems and I'm not liking it. You know, I'm running into health problems where it's like, if I don't fix what I'm doing wrong, it could have bad consequences. And although I'm a Vermonter, meaning that Vermont has some health care, I'm still an American, so I can't afford to get sick. And so I'm going to be trying to nurse myself back to health, basically. And part of that has been this January that was supposed to be just chilling out and not stressing, and only medium turned out to be that. And part of it is just watching my diet and stuff. Me being a long-term recovering addict, what that means is I don't use, like, I can drink coffee, but it's not like I'm going to be able to go on meth or coke or something like that, because I can't do something like that without basically just exploding. It's an immediate crater if I do that, so that doesn't even get to happen. But by the same token, I react to pretty much everything like an addict would still. And that means if I am enjoying ice cream, I start eating too much of it and being like, I will celebrate dropping off my taxes at the accountant by buying 3 tubs of ice cream and going through them before the end of the week. And I feel like some of that, in particular, that one, I feel like I overlooked a gotcha. And the gotcha in eating ice cream to feel okay is that refined sugar hits your system much like if you were drinking or whatever. It attacks your liver and you have to process it. And I'm too old to be able to do that very effectively. So it's like, yeah, turns out, I guess I can't do that. And being a recovery person means that when I get to that point, I'm not particularly troubled by it. Like, I don't lose a lot of sleep over it. It's like, okay, turn the ice cream upside down in the sink and let it melt and run down the drain, because I don't get to have that anymore. I'm not quite at that point, but we'll see. It could come to that if I'm like, I went to the store and I bought 3 things of ice cream again, because that's just how I roll. I would have to go full on for rejecting it. But we shall see. We shall see. And thank you for the reminder of the hydration. This is my hydration. This is just the water bottle from these things, which I refill with a Brita filter. But indeed, that is worth noting. I've got some other things since I saw you last. I was pursuing one of my recovery things and catching up with somebody important in my life, not a girlfriend, mind you, but a close friend who is a 12-step sponsor, I'll just say it. And I met up in this coffee house that me and my friends like, and I found this. Check it out. It was about $20, but it seems to be in pretty good condition. This is a Chuck Berry record. It is a blue-colored chest label mono Chuck Berry record. I feel like if I can't study this and learn how to make the sounds of these correctly, look, it's got Maybelline, Roll Over Beethoven, Oh Baby Doll, Round and Round, Come On, Let It Rock, Reelin' and Rockin', School Days, Almost Grown, Sweet Little 16, 30 Days, Johnny Be Good, Rock and Roll Music, and Back in the USA. This is like a greatest hits record, but it's old. It's an old mono record before they even were like, this one's mono and this one's stereo. Chuck Berry goes back to the 78 era. You can get, and at one time in my life, I had a 78 of Maybelline. So I'm going to have to capture this to disk and study it, because what I need to be able to do is play this kind of thing and then put out a version of console or whatever, where if you record to that on your laptop, you get kind of similar vibes as I can make them be. And that's really what I work on these days. Because there's a whole thing, and this goes back to, there was a mid-70s movement on into the 80s thing along those lines, where Bruce Springsteen experienced something similar to that. I don't know if it's necessarily a 60s compilation. It could well be 50s, but it's old enough that I will get the sound off of it. Like, it's not a digital remaster, put it that way. And it's also like when they were churning these things out, it's not like you're hunting down the original release of Maybelline in the freshest possible copy, but what you are getting is the same chain, the same mixing and mastering and recording chain. Plus, this was not a time where they flipped out and tried to get the purest possible sound beyond what they already did for things like compilations. So it's going to vary a lot among the tracks. All the sounds are going to be different, and they're not going to have done, like, once you got into the 70s, you had things like the Eagles and Elton John putting out enormously successful greatest hits albums, and the greatest hits albums were effectively remixes and remasterings. Both of those greatest hits albums are very bright and crystalline and clear and focused, in particular the Elton John 1971 and 1975. It's real bright. It's, I think, brighter than the Source albums, which were themselves very high fidelity in their way. But they went in, and knowing the amount of money that could be made, they went as far as they could. I've got another interesting record along those lines, which is not quite the same, but is a similar concept. When I was a kid, I had the Grateful Dead What a Long Strange Trip It's Been compilation, which is an interesting record because that was, I believe, Warner Brothers, if I'm not mistaken. And it was what Warner Brothers did when the Grateful Dead left. the Grateful Dead left that label. And so the Warner Brothers put out a compilation that was as good as they could as a final cash grab on their property, meaning the music to which they had rights. And they did a similar thing. That particular compilation, and I have a copy of it because the lady that I was dating in Canada, one of the things that she did for me during the time that we were doing that, she heard that I liked that, and she tracked it down and found it and got me a copy and gave it to me. It's a very, very sweet thing. And so now I have a record of that. And if you play it next to the source records where the stuff came from, they did a mastering on that one that is extraordinarily clear and extraordinarily extended. It's like a late 70s remaster. And so all of the tracks that they included on it, rather than being the source audio, they clearly went into the best mastering studio that they could possibly get. And that particular master, they made the low frequencies in particular go like right down to the subsonics. So bass and drums and things like that, it's not unnatural, but the way that everything kind of joins together on that particular compilation, it's very open, it's very natural sounding. It's not like wildly hyped or anything. So it sounds kind of like 60s, early 70s, but they opened out the bass to ridiculous extent so that the subs are just huge. They're like woofer tester subs. And yeah. I've also got another thing before I switch over to my main camera. I got this off of I just got it off of Amazon. It is nothing but a drum stool, but you wouldn't want to actually sit on this drum stool because it's kind of cheap crap. I'm not going to be using it as a drum stool though, because I'd like to be able to play drums when my music dictates that I should. And so what I'm doing is, if I have music playing, I should be able to like keep a hi-hat thing going on just the armrest. Because the deal with playing drums and balancing within the kit is, just because the hat is going fastest, you don't want to hit it the hardest. It doesn't actually sound good when you do that. And it's a bit of an amateur drummer thing to do that. So you want to keep a beat going. And maybe an accent. I did that once and then I stopped. That little sharp extra hit is dynamic control within the kit, but most of the hi-hat hits have to be pretty gentle because it will dominate, it will be too loud otherwise. And then you have to be able to wail with the kick and wail with the snare while also doing that. So it becomes something kind of like this. And I'm just tapping my foot on the floor, which is not exactly the same as playing on a drum. But the thing about it is, if I can make the tap on the floor sharp enough, that's the same muscle that you use for really laying into the kick drum, and it lets you be able to do that when it's a real drum kit. And then since this is just a drum stool, it's padded. So it takes some strength, and I'm using like 2B sticks. It takes some strength to be able to lay into it and make a loud hit on what's basically a padded cushion. It's not quite a pillow, but it's pretty close to playing on a pillow. Also, if you were trying to play fast single stroke things, it doesn't help you. So knocked it down for a bit there. And that's basically the idea. The idea is I would like to be more frequently getting in drum practice. And then when it comes time to actually play the real drums, I don't have to spend a lot of time like trying to warm up. And that's another thing that I got just in the last week. With all of this stuff, like having the drum thing there so that I can practice that. I took one of my mini K47 mics and I put it on the kick drum, and just the other day I fired up the recording system and tested it to see whether I could make it that the condenser mic on the kick drum, same kind as I'm using for front of kit, could get me a sound that was working properly. And I did not do a mix of that you can hear, but I did do a recording where I felt like it's a recording that I did into the new console system using a console LA setup. And I fiddled with the controls a little bit, and I was like, I think I'm going to be able to make this work. I can make the main sound basically do what I want. I have that kick drum mic. I've got it set up so that it's not distorting. I believe looks like I put the 20 dB down pad on the preamplifier. And I've got everything set up in such a way that I can just hit record and get recordings that I can work with in mix. And then the kick drum mic, which is put up right against the resonant head, is actually doing what I'd hoped that it would. And using console LA is doing what I'd hoped that it would as far as being able to get that type of sound. Up to and including using like boosts and stuff to be able to get a really wide range sound. And honestly, it felt like it was setting up pretty well. That said, it also always going in there and trying to play human music with all of the rock instruments always stresses me out. And I have to respect that because I want to be doing it, but I also have to remember that I don't get to make myself sick just for wanting that outcome. I have to honor the fact that if it scares me badly enough, I'm going to get sick. And that's no good because that punishes other things that I do. And speaking of which, I have other things that I was going to do before jumping on Minecraft, even though this is set up to be a Minecraft thing, because I wasn't done with my work this morning. And so what I can do, the laptop represents the work that I'm doing this morning, and that is making some more big room noises. The other day I went through and I did hundreds of plate reverb impulses this way. I did not try to do that on stream. It would have been far too boring. But that said, I don't have all that much more to do here, so I'm going to do a little bit of that. I'm thinking kind of in terms of, on the one hand, what has to come first is you're sharing just me living my life, so I can't shape everything around wanting to be entertaining. You know, some of it has to be just, I might say you can do this and not misrepresent what this can mean. That said, I should be able to get through this fairly quickly because it doesn't take all that terribly long. we have a problem. Let me, well, that should have worked. I mean, if it comes to it, I can share the screen, but there's not that much to see in it. So I feel like what I maybe should do is just sort of keep up a casual conversation while we go. And let's try that again and see if it's going to work better this time. Yep, it's happy this time. I could scooch it over so that I'd set it on the drum stool, or just point it this way so you can kind of see what's happening. I'm going to save as 886 U. 886 is the rough size of the room, and U means the uniqueness algorithm, where it's weighting very heavily, not having the echoes interfere with each other. And most of what's taking all the time with these ones is that, and we're done, I'm comparing them. For instance, this says 886U FLAC 25.2 megs, but I'm only keeping the ones that are larger than a preset number that's a factor of how big it is. So it needs to be larger than 25.320481 megs, and this is not. I already know that if it says 25.2, it's that or less. So I just throw this one away without listening and move on to the next, because I've got a fairly small number of these left to go. And by fairly small, I mean I spent a couple of hours doing it this morning, and I got through some of them, and we're going to get through the rest of them, and then move on to the original intention for January, which is hang out and relax, and I suppose you could call it have fun. To the Minecraft's supposed to be fun. It's the idea anyway. It is a way of decompressing or distracting from other stuff. And I often need that kind of decompressing and distracting because the back of my brain runs on all of these problems anyhow, whether I want it to or not. And so I have to clear a space for my subconscious to basically be able to work. Igor. I believe I recognize Igor there. If you know a drummer whose hands are all in calluses, you think his drumming technique is wrong. Drumsticks are not supposed to damage hand. Actually, no, calluses are better than what you'd otherwise get, which is blisters. So how that works, it's like, it all depends. I can talk about this a little bit. I have some background in what it means. Although I will also be running this at the same time, 891.25.1, not larger than 25.328, so we're going to lose this one as well. It might seem like I'm throwing most of them away, and I am, but I got through and have 4 out of a total of I'm not sure how many. Well, there's 8 already, so that's since the time that I started. So that was throw that one away. I've got 4. I'm getting about 1/3 or 1/4 of success rate with these. And what's being measured here is the incompressibility of the file. Like I can do all of this and generate these reverb effects. And then the reverb effects make audio files. And to make the audio files like this, and I put it on effect. We're now doing 900, a room that's supposed to be a 900 seater. It's like a small hall. And we apply that much like we have multiple ways of comparing all of these. I will be sharing the screen and you will be able to hear that when I go through and do that. It'll be for a much smaller number. And then this is just part of my process now, is going through, generating all of these guys, and then they have to meet a bar of incompressibility. We're saving them all as FLAC. That means it has to get every single bit exactly right, which means if the reverb tail is making irregular, random sounding noise rather than repeatable, consistent patterns, because patterns are probably going to count as bad for reverb tails. Patterns are easier to compress. Randomness is much more difficult to compress, but this isn't true randomness. This is a sound that's supposedly in a room. So the closer we can get to randomness, in theory, you could also use the Benford realness calculation and run that. I could, in fact, write code to do that. At this time, I haven't done that, but I could write code to go through and measure it against that as well. And maybe that will become a future project. For now, I'm going to have a look and see whether 900U is 25.2 is not larger than 25.347. See, they're getting slightly larger. The bar is getting higher as well as it goes. And so I randomly throw that one away and move on to the next. Haven't even listened to it. Because they all sound a little different. It might sound fine, but I got to winnow through these somehow. There's only going to be one K Cathedral 2. This is towards building K Cathedral 2. Anyways, talking about the drumsticks, because I was being asked a question about drumsticks. So I'll try to keep talking going while I'm doing this. It'll be a little bit scattered. There's no other way other than living with the fact that it's going to be a little bit scattered. With a bit of luck, me drinking regular coffee rather than either cream-based stuff or raw espresso will help me out as far as bouncing back a little bit. If you play drums or do anything, whether that's playing guitar, lifting weights, anything like that, you're going to develop either calluses or blisters as you go because you're applying force. So let me get through this bit. I'll get back to the applying force in a moment. Getting asked questions is always better for me than, like my last stream, I'm a little sad about. Not because it was bad, because it was good in its way. I learned important things in learning the Godot engine. But it was frustrating and it seemed to end in failure and me having to roll my experiments back to the last working thing and then fill that in as a comment afterwards. I'd rather be doing streams where I'm either comfortable doing my thing or drinking enough coffee and seeing enough success that I can be all excited about it. That's always good. Or, I don't know, playing games or whatever. Because part of me spending time with people, it's like I'd rather not just share being miserable, even if sometimes working on this kind of thing leads to being frustrated and miserable. It's a tool. Being frustrated and unhappy can be a tool. 25.3 is not larger than 25.417, so this too will be thrown away, unheard. Maybe next time I'll actually play it in the thingy before throwing it away. Then at least it can be heard by somebody at some point, even if it's only over the tiny laptop. Sebastian, a man after my own heart. That's my general, that's what I'd like to do. I can't physically necessarily do it, though. So I got to keep an eye on how that's working for me. There's a sort of self-limiting factor involved in that. So as you are playing drums with a drumstick, or you're holding it, and let's see, doing multiple things at once means you're going to just have to suffer through me not making a lot of sense as I try to keep the tedium going. Playing the drums, you're doing this. I can't actually eat that much sugar. Sugar might be one thing that's causing problems for me at the moment, because one of the things I'm doing is rather than putting all the sugar in my coffee, I put stevia in my coffee, but then I've been allowing myself to eat ice cream. And it's a good quality. It's this local stuff called Walpole Creamery. So it's not all full of horrible, mass-produced ingredients. It's actually very high quality indeed, but it is also a source of sugar and stuff. And I'm getting too old to be able to just churn through that without having it damage me in various ways. And I can't afford that. 939 U. So we're going to see whether the largest unique recording produces something that I'm going to keep, or whether that's yet another one. Oh, and I promised I was going to play a little bit of it before I threw it away. So having made that, that is going to become 25.4. It's probably not going to pass, but in case it does or doesn't, it would sound kind of like this. See, if they're really good, they still sound distant even on a laptop. So that's a candidate for possibly a future K Cathedral. Honestly, that ain't half bad. However, we're going to see whether we're going to keep it, because it has to be larger than 25.417, and it is at 25.4. But the actual measurements are 25.349. It doesn't quite pass the bar for the incompressibility issue. So as cool as that sounded, I'm going to be strict and say it's going away. Now I have a smaller list. Actually, that's not so much smaller. Maybe we leave this for tomorrow. I am of two minds about this. What the heck? Maybe let's go through it. Because not doing this stops me from doing the other measurements. But I did want to explain about the drumsticks. So you're holding them kind of like this. That means you're inflicting force. So or indeed a matched grip, like that. So with the traditional grip, your thumb's a pretty broad surface. That's not necessarily going to do as much damage to your hand, but you're balancing on this point on your finger. This is where a callus will show up. You will get blisters there, or develop calluses there. With the matched grip, you might well develop a callus here, or get a blister there. Just keeping the stick in control. I lift weights to stay fit, and I develop calluses there, and there, and here and here, sometimes so intensely that I have to snip them away with like cuticle trimmers, because they will build up because I'm lifting like 35-pound, I'm forgetting, 35-pound, 40-pound dumbbells and moving them around and stuff. So holding on to the dumbbell like this means that there's a lot of weight on these points, and so I build up calluses there. It's just, calluses are actually not a bad thing. That's a good thing. A thing that you might very well want. You want calluses on your fingers when you play stringed instruments like guitars and basses, particularly bass. Bass, you will kind of suffer if you don't have calluses. Sebastian, are you younger, older, what? And I don't try to do high doses of aspirin or honestly anything. I mean, some of my health problems at the moment may be stemming from the fact that I was eating ibuprofen because I had been drinking too much coffee and then went off it. And when you go off of the caffeine, you get headaches. And I might just end up not very capable of tolerating ibuprofen, or indeed acetaminophen, stuff like that that attacks your liver. I have a sneaking suspicion that sugar also tends to attack your liver, and as you get older and don't recover very well from things like that, it can start to catch up with you. I would be concerned about trying high doses of aspirin. I don't think that would be a correct answer for me. So let's bounce back to laptop view. Now I'm going through Hall models. So my Hall model is similar to the back versus the front model in that it's weighted. U is weighted for having the least number of repeated echoes stacking up in the same places as little as possible. Hall is applying a square root function. Well, that's the thing, is being a good recovering drug addict that I am. I know all about, I need to put this substance into me to make me feel better. And I've done that for years. And I've come to grief from some of it because certain kinds of stuff I can't mess with. And I'm still vulnerable to, like, if I drink 1 cup of coffee, 2 is better and 10 is best. If I do that at my age, I will suffer for it. So what I've learned to do is just kind of acknowledge that tendency of mine. And there is a, like, you want to be getting enough vitamin C, which doesn't mean that eating massive quantities of vitamin C will necessarily poison you, but that there is a, I do actually take vitamin supplements too, so there is that. But if you don't get any vitamin C, you can be like, I'm an addict, so therefore I can't abuse things, and so I need to cut out all of the things and just live on rice and water and not eat any vitamin C, and then you'll get scurvy. So there's a lot of stuff where you function on those, and the addictive qualities are just building off of what exists. Like, with sometimes a catch to it. I more than suspect that things I'm allergic to, I crave. There are a lot of things that are sugar added, very much so. And food's made addictive on purpose. That is a downside of capitalism. Turns out, being able to turn over society to a sort of mechanism that's a regulating capitalism is kind of a self-regulating, managing mechanism, but it goes to negative consequences quite easily. The fact that you can let it manage some things and get like a thriving economy with people figuring out stuff to do and doing it without a lot of oversight is valuable in its own way, but it has consequences and it has drawbacks. And what you speak of is very much one of them. Okay, is 796 larger than 24 point? That one fails. Boop. We're going to be going through a bunch of these as fast as I can do them, and by all means, keep asking me questions or talking, because that's what will stop this from being very, very tedious. Otherwise, I would just have to do it all by myself for hours on end. Start talking to myself instead of anybody else. We'll do a 799H. And again, the Hall algorithm is weighting stuff towards the back of the algorithm. It's trying to suppress stuff that's piling up in front. It's opposite to things like front or plate algorithm, which tries to make stuff pile up in front. Plates have very high early echo density, and natural acoustic places have very high late echo density compared to early. Well, I mean, the interesting thing about the capitalism and stuff is one of the things that capitalism can in fact do is be a mechanism where it doesn't matter whether the people running things are moral or not. Like, if people are immoral and they want to get what they want, well, there's actually a functional mechanism that means there will be a kind of balance. Hello, Lucasipo. Even though they are trying to make it come out only their way. That's an interesting effect, but it also means that when there is a phenomenon like loading up food with sugar makes it more capitalistically competitive, then that will happen, even if it's hurting the people that it is there to feed. So let's see, save as, 799. H, we'll see whether we get any haul things out of the, I don't know, 10 or 20 or so that I have to grind through. Once I have got some of these figured out, and I move on to putting this laptop away, we'll bring this SD card over and you'll hear some of the stuff that I'm making before we jump into Minecraft and play around doing that. I could be sharing this screen. Not that it's that interesting, honestly. It's just more Chris from Airwindows stuff. $7.99. 25 meg is almost certainly not larger than 25.1. We'll just double check that. 25.027. So that's not too far off, but it still failed. And so we throw this away without even looking at it. By the way, if I play any of these, they will actually sound slightly different, but right now I am looking to process through these, even if I end up throwing every single one away. Because this is one of the critical functions for, and I ran this all night, so it's like every single one that you see, or in this case don't see, is the process of the computer grinding away and comparing millions of possible options. And let's see now. Okay, so I've pasted that, so I need to hit this. I think I've already done that, but no harm doing it twice. Yep. Honoré de Balzac is a clever fellow, but that's the, you can say that. Crime is abuse of power. Power is just a factor of the world. It's like, I don't know, oxygen in the air or nitrogen in the air, in that there are things about reality we kind of have to deal with. If you fall off a tall building, you fall to your death because of gravity, and gravity is a thing that we are just stuck with. Power is also a thing that we are just stuck with to some extent. We resist gravity in various different ways. We make buildings that become very, very tall, even though we are literally fighting gravity. We make airplanes that fly, which is an amazing defiance of gravity. And then sometimes they forget to put the nuts and bolts onto the doors, and then the plane has a problem. And that is another problem with power as it exists. These are all factors that you gotta kind of persistently just work on. You just sort of do your best, remembering that before 23, you guys talking about how systems of power only reward aggressivity, there's no pacifist civilization. Au contraire. I argue that the way humans work is we are sometimes the most efficiency is at the boundary between two different kinds of thing. We are a boundary between different kinds of thing. See, 806H, 25.3, haha. We just got a success. This is actually a keeper. So at the boundaries between civilization and competition lies the human being. And we're going to be looking closer at this recording in future. That is a Hall algorithm rather than a unique algorithm. what I found is that these different algorithms, they end up producing characteristic sounds where I can choose one. For instance, I made a whole bunch of halls of various sizes just because I was able to make an extraordinary sounding guitar room using the hall algorithm, and then I could optimize it for sonority and loud soundingness. Let's see, 71, there we go. So civilization is both competitive and pacifist, and to forget either pole of that polarity is a serious mistake. And when you find civilizations that are deeply pacifist or deeply cooperative, it's usually for various reasons. Like, for instance, if you randomly end up having not as much of an outgroup, it's easier for people to be cooperative. They're not stressed as much by clashing with other kinds of people that are too different for them to be able to appreciate. When you have stuff that is all very similar, it's easy for people to be like, oh, then I am among all of my own kind of people like me, and therefore I'm going to lean into the being cooperative. And that's where you see that kind of stuff cropping up. There are a bunch of examples in history. And then when you see societies leaning more heavily on the competitive, sometimes there's an extraordinary amount of progress and creation that comes out of that, but it's at a cost. It is at a cost in comfort, it is at a cost in safety, and there's a balance to be struck in there somewhere. And there's no specific optimal, like for any given moment, there's probably an optimal number, but there's no one optimal number. And in particular, there is no number that you can get to which is optimally cooperative versus competitive that everybody is going to be satisfied with, because some people are going to want it to be more competitive and some are going to want it to be, and I agree with Sebastian's observation entirely as I click on this future audio clip. I am pretty sure that, like Sebastian, consider like animals in the wild, for instance, elk in the rut. That's definitely libido dominandi. They're being driven by libido because they're elk, elk, moose, whatever. They have natural weaponry. And so what they do is the males are constantly fighting each other, wanting to impress and breed with females, or they're just fighting with each other because that's what occurs to them to do. They find it very natural that this is their way of being like, okay, who gets to be the biggest elk? Who gets to be the biggest moose? And that's a natural behavior, but you'll notice they're not actually setting out to exterminate all the other moose and rule on a throne of skulls. That's not how that works. Libido dominandi is not libido exterminati, if you would say. Oh, and I see a question about plugins. So let me finish doing this, by which I mean I gotta close this, look at that, and go, is 25.1 larger than 25.290? And the answer to that would be absolutely not, so we're going to get rid of this one and move on. But before it scrolls away, there's a question about Inflamer. It's the drive slider is based on shift game. Why its settings are... I don't remember whether the slider is based on shifting of bits. Do you mean that the effect moves and jumps and is based on the shifting of bits? It's very simple processing, and I do believe I did set it up like that. Are you asking why does it read like you're getting multiple, 0.12 or whatever? And the answer to that would be I didn't set up the control to read in discrete values, or it's just showing you some of them I have actually, like ClearCoat and what's coming up, which is CloudCoat, does show discrete values because it was just that tricky to figure out any other way. But with Inflamer, I might have just had it produce the effect of the stepped gain setting, but it doesn't necessarily show it as the stepped gain setting. Let's keep moving. I gotta keep moving with this stuff, otherwise I will run out of steam. Or rather than, I won't really run out of steam, honestly, but what I will do is it'll take forever and I won't be able to move on to playing Minecraft. And since I have, good solid half a cup of coffee left, and Minecraft is waiting for me to play it, patiently, I might add, it behooves me to walk through this stuff as well as I can and keep that kind of going. But I do appreciate the engagement and the talking with me, because otherwise I'd be kind of just trying to make up stuff to say. Inflamer is more directly inspired by that Paul Frindle plugin, Oxford Inflator. Inflamer is very specifically using some of the particular methods that he was using in Inflator, but doing it in a characteristic way that's more Airwindowsy and without all of the frills and graphics and things. And that's another reason why it has the stepped control. And I wouldn't, the thing about, you could say that that's inspired by tube saturation, but at the same time, it's also inspired by the fact of you can apply this processing to a sound and produce this result like cleanly and nicely, and there's no reason really not to. Paul Frindle is just good at knowing what makes stuff sound good. I've often agreed with his choices as far as that is concerned. Which is not to say he agrees with all of my choices. That's a man who sometimes doesn't agree with all of the tangents that go on. What's the cloud plugin? There is going to be a plugin called CloudCoat, which is, and this is more of my experimentation on the ways people make reverbs, and the methods that we use to do that. I took the ClearCoat plugin, and without changing anything else, well, no, I did change some things, but without changing anything else much, I took the ClearCoat plugin and I changed all of the little delays into all passes. So it's like if ClearCoat was just MV, but with all the same delay times. That is what CloudCoat will be, and it's basically finished, although I still have to do the signed versions of it. It's going to be coming in February, which is coming right up. It may or may not come. If people are really, really excited about this, I can pull strings and make sure that I do all the work so that it's ready by next Sunday. We'll see, as you don't know what else I have waiting in store. But CloudCoat's basically done. It's an experiment that has finished, and I'm pretty happy with it. I think it's got its own distinct sound and fills a similar role to ClearCoat, but in a way that just ends up feeling quite different. Like, I feel like what it's doing is, hang on, one thing at a time. Well, two things at a time. If I quit this, I've successfully saved this as 874H. So if I take that and 874H, 25.2 might or might not be larger than 25.296. 25.193 is not larger than 296, so we're throwing this one away too. You'll be grateful I did, because we're going on to the regular computer after this, at which point I'm going to go through and assign colors to all of these, because I want to see what they are, and I want to be finished with that part of the job. But doing this and throwing away so many just on the basis of the file size is wrong is helping me, because it's leaving me less to do when we get over to the other computer. Right now I've got 5 of them to go through, and assign. It could as easily have been 50. I'm probably working through about 20 or 30, and I'm probably done with almost all of them by now. We're getting on towards the end of that. So let's see. So that was 470 something or other. And so I'm presumably moving on now to 883. Nope. I just did that. Did I just throw away 883? What stage am I at? Huh. What's going on? I don't see an 883. Let's walk through this again. Copy. Paste. Worst comes to worst, I've just rendered this twice. Build. Yeah, Igor, the VST is capable of doing that, but still doing the correct end result. You should be able to hear whether it's doing a stepped gain setting or not. Some programs will just show the 0 to 1 even if I code it to say 1 or 2 or 3. I will never know which ones without using them. Also, I'm going to need to throw another log on at some point, but for now we're probably doing okay. Yeah, all this talk about competition versus cooperation is quite interesting because it relates very closely to like how I choose to live my life. Doing the open source thing is very much a cooperation-based concept, and it is at odds with the very concept of working in competition to dominate other people and beat them. And yet, sometimes, some of the things that I do, for instance, jumping into doing those K-Plate plugins, is very similar to engaging competition with the cooperation, because part of my motivation was going after a company that was producing products and then changed their licensing terms on people, which I thought was like injuring a population. I won't go any further along those lines for that company, but I would be concerned about them injuring a population. And one interesting thing, somebody brought up the element of libido dominante. Males tend to compete. And I think that also applies to males born in women's bodies. I grew up with one, and that was the energy that I always got from this dude, like all the way back when, biologically you wouldn't have said dude. Like his beard wasn't grown, or at least not very well grown at the time. He had parts that belonged to another gender, stuff like that. And yet he was the leader of a rock and roll band. And hang on, 25.2, not larger than 25.315, so we're going to throw this one away immediately. Males tend to compete more aggressively than females. Females tend to cooperate more persistently than males. And so somebody, for instance, like me, I've survived a life that would not suit women well at all. Doesn't suit me very well either, but my masculine impulses tend to I do that lone wolf thing, and I'm pursuing a cause, and I'm surviving a level of isolation that's not particularly healthy. And one of the things I depend upon is that I do have social groups that I can spend time with. And those really thrive on the energy of women who are part of the social groups and draw people in and help that social connection thrive and operate. The whole dynamic changes. When women enter the room, the whole dynamic changes. And it takes a very, very masculine-headed man to not appreciate that. I think it's a foolish thing to not appreciate it personally. But there are men who are so thoroughly man-headed that they don't see it as anything but weakness and failure to compete effectively. And just being interested in unimportant things and just a whole bunch of nasty judgment that is deeply misguided, because it's like the whole yin and yang symbol of all of that. It's seeing only one part of it. I consider myself to be so thoroughly yang on the side that I can appreciate the necessity for the aspects that I don't have. It feels very natural to me that like I'm not really complete as my own entity, but I'm capable of stuff that is just, it's for me to do. If that makes any sense. 25.2, not larger than 25.328, so we're throwing away this one too. Only got 3 to go, and then we get to compare these. I wonder if any of, no, I got one of them. One of these got kept. Yes, Igor, that is what I did. It's not the first time I've done something like that. The original iron oxide was done because the company Dewey was taking actions that I considered to be mean to people that I knew who were using stuff like that. And their Dewey tape, they were doing, I forget exactly what they were doing at the time, but that company was doing stuff that I found fault with. And so I put out the original iron oxide, directly chasing the behavior of that one, and then fixing some bugs that I found with the behavior of that one, which as far as I know are still present in the other company's product. Usually I don't. Like, in these reverbs are increasingly not chasing anything but my own goals. But, hey Mo, but I have often drawn upon that desire to compete as additional energy towards a goal. And it definitely drove the, it drove several things that I'm not going to double down on. For instance, let's see, 892, H. For instance, all of my reverbs have been drawn in the direction of applying saturation, applying compression, trying to smooth out their behavior. Oh, no. I have never actually chased after any UA stuff. Maybe that's because they are based on their own hardware, so they've never really felt like a threat to me. It's like, okay, if you want to do that, that is somebody, a whole other thing. See, 892H, saved. We will compare it. 25.1 is definitely not larger than 25.332, so we're going to skip this one. 3 down, 2 to go. I got a 986, and I've got a 1007 seat room. Hall, rather, because this is the Hall algorithm. And we're going to see whether either of these count as something that we're going to keep, or whether they're both going to be thrown away. Also, I feel like my fire is dwindling a little bit. How about I double down on focusing on this for long enough to get these last two done, because if I'm not being super distracted, I can get through them in like a little over a minute each. Just following the same pattern. I've been doing this little cycle of actions hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times over, just trying to make these things. And it goes like this. 996 -H. And it's nice being able to do this critical refusal, a mechanism by which I can just take a whole chunk of these, and without investigating any further, I just throw a bunch of them away. Because I have determined that if I can compress them too easily using FLAC, they will not sound as good in a certain way that I can define. That's ended up being incredibly important to my process. Oh, hello. 996H is 25.5 megs, and it has to be larger than 25.519. So let's see whether it actually is. Maybe this is a keeper. 25.524 is in fact larger than 25.519. We got another keeper. We'll be investigating this a little bit further. And now the very last one. And that's good because that's a haul size that is kind of huge. That's a big haul. If it proves to be good in other ways, it might wind up entering one of my reverbs. Copy. Paste. And let's see. Build. Drag that sucker over. I do make good coffee even when it's black coffee. I'm not really missing out over not having the espresso. Honestly, it's more hydrating, which is to say not very much because nothing like that actually hydrates. But it is also, let's see, tests, apply and close. Well, okay, next thing. I'm just going to let that train of thought fall apart. 1007H. Too many things to think about. When I go over to the Minecraft derping around, it'll be much simpler. We're not quite there yet, though, but when I do, it will be simpler. Also, the next stage you get to see and hear, including hearing it quite nicely. So yeah, the American style, it's actually pretty good. So let's see. 25.5. Okay, that's going to be a more challenging one, but we might even have another keeper. Okay, 25.438 is not in fact larger than 25.537, so the 1007H does not keep. We leave that one. Maybe another day I'll generate one like that. Now I quit that, and now I get rid of shuttle. I'm bringing over to the main computer some other things that you can hear this time around. Such as I found the recordings of like Sound City drum hits, and I found the recording of Rick Beato clapping his hands in the Abbey Road chamber. It was just on the desktop of my other computer. The vintage antique computer that this one is. I may end up having to get another one of those one day. Like if this gets worn out and dies, I will have to find another one somewhere and hope that I can get as much use out of it. That said, you gotta love the Macs for being able to persist as long as that. Okay. Next thing I think is I'm going to throw another log on the fire because I'm feeling the chill. We have a little brief burst of getting on towards cold up here in Vermont at the moment. It's not really bad, but it's getting on towards cold. So I'm going to go and get another big log in here. Look, I've got some small ones. I can start fires easily with these, so put them over where I can get at them tomorrow. And undo the damper. I might actually have to clean out the catalyst again. For a while there, it was drawing very, very freely, but it has gradually started to not draw quite as freely again, so maybe bits of soot, bits of ash into it. Again, it's not very bad, but I think it's maybe starting to not draw that freely. Oh, another thing that will give you calluses is carrying firewood. I often have to do enough of that it will end up getting noticeable. Okay. Got the damper on. Mel, use a different DAW to do that. Although, if you're saying what I think you might be saying, that would be kind of sweet. That would be a whole other thing, though. It would count as both pleasing people and also doing another recycling process. So if I ended up with that somehow, that could be like a cool, different, like rather than the original strain of plugins, it would be a different, separate strain of plugins where I'm designing them in more the traditional, saleable, marketable way. But I would very much be inclined to do it in that way where you could see where the knob was pointing, but it doesn't say anything on it. So I still believe very strongly in the process of making stuff that, let's see, one thing at a time. I'm doing this. The process of making stuff where people are not engaging their like mathematical minds as much. Plugins getting more minimal. Well, no, my plugins have always been very, very minimalist, so I would not say that they're getting more. In fact, some of them, like the new versions of console, are somewhat less minimalist, but they are also more minimalist than other people's things along those lines. Like, I will not model all of the little details of a console switches and knobs and things. What I will do is manipulate a simpler layout of just like a few tone controls and stuff to where it's producing effects similar to what the console would do. But I'm stripping away some of the things about it. So let's see. So what we've got here in Shuttle is a batch of audio things. And what I'm going to do firstly is set it to DI, but then I need to alter alters the wrong word. I got to run audio hijack. I wonder if I can get rid of the audio hijack is always trying to get me to do updated new versions of it, which I do not like. Let's see if I can close the session list but keep the session. Looks like it. I don't know whether that means it'll start over again once I run it again. Now if I do that, I can hear what we're doing, and you can hear even better. See you later, 423. So this is one of the things that we just made. 760U. This is meant to be a cathedral sound. And it's doing a pretty good job of it too. So what we're going to do is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I believe I've got 6 of these. We're going to assign colors to all of these things using analysis in Twisted Wave. So the first thing that I do is see whether I can assign red or orange to it. If it is larger than 11 dB maximum RMS global, which it is, it gets orange. If it's louder than -10, it gets red, which signifies even more intense sonority and loudness. So this is orange. Then I immediately hit it with slew only. Sounds like this. And I'm measuring that for whether the brightness is unusual. In this case, it's not. If it was louder than -10, it would be yellow, meaning that would represent a metallic sound. If it's quieter than -12, that gets green, and it's a non-bright sound. In this case, it's neither. So we got orange and then nothing. Undo that because we're not keeping that measurement. And then these are just other analysis. And we're going to burn through this, assign what we need to assign, and move on to sort of game playing and making, before noon, making another cup of coffee and just chattering away all day. We've got -12 LUFS. It needs to be -11 something or louder, so this does not, it barely doesn't, but this does not get a blue color for fullness, because that's alien kittens there. So if that becomes very, very loud in terms of loudness units, what that means, if that's really loud and sustainy, that means that we have fullness, we have bass reverberating around a lot. I have not tried Genelec. I'm actually not very interested in Genelec. I don't think that that applies very well to what I do. And if this has a maximum RMS global of quieter than -12, it gets a purple color. So what we've got out of this overall thing has been orange and purple. And that's what we're going to do for 6 immediate comparisons that I'm going to burn right through as fast as I possibly can, talking a little bit, but knowing that basically I need this to be done so that I can move on. And I have done this hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times too. But that's how I get to what I need to get. Analyze. -12, so that's a nope. I habitually say nope to these. And then if this is also nope, that is a -10 I see here, so this is a yellow. So that makes it be nope yellow. You can do this if you learn a method like that for doing whatever it is that you do. Nope yellow, also nope because this is not blue. And they're probably going to have clarity, but we'll see. Nope yellow and purple. So it's got some clarity, and it doesn't have much else going on for it other than it's got a brightish kind of sound, which you can hear now. The hi-hats are sort of perceptible there. I'd love to develop monitors as a open source hardware thing that people could use to perform the way that monitors should. Like, I've been pretty happy with NS10s, and I feel like I could make monitors that would perform in that way because I can define what about them works. Genelecs do not count as far as what about the NS10 works. In some ways, Genelecs are the opposite of what works for monitoring. You do not want to just make stuff sound as awesome as possible, especially if it blurs the sound. I'm not sure if anybody's ever tried getting Genelecs and ruining them by stopping up the bass reflex ports. That's a possibility. You stop up the bass reflex ports and then get subwoofers and cross those over so that it ends up being about the same. I don't know whether that would work though. It might not really, it might throw it off too much. So this is a nope. And green, peak amplitude, I see a 12, so this counts as green. That's useful because, well, I don't know whether I necessarily want green in the cathedral. certain rooms would be well suited to being green. Global LUFS, that's not louder than 11, so that's not a blue. So I heard myself saying green, so I know that it's going to be that. I can double check. Getting distracted. And it's just barely 12 there, so that's a purple. Let's double check whether I had that green. Yep. So this one is a purple and green. Interestingly, we have the whole variety there. We got, hang on. Let's click on here. We got purple and green. Slightly darker. Purple and yellow. Slightly brighter. Purple and orange. Slightly more sonority. And that's how we do this part. We're looking for ones where they rate very highly in various things. In particular, getting a cathedral, since the complaint was that it was too metallic, I'm more likely to choose green for this one. I'm less likely to choose a impulse that is coming off as yellow, because that would imply that I'm okay with loud high frequency sounds, and that's kind of what we're trying to avoid here. Analyze. Oh, hello. Maximum RMS power -10. This is a red. In some cases, I've been like, okay, this gets both red and orange because the maximum RMS power of this section is just completely over the top. Red. Nope. Neither. In general, I'm favoring red and orange as necessary parts of this sound. No blue, no fullness. Do we have simultaneously red and purple? Because it's helpful. We do. Red means the guitar just sustains and resonates, and if you put the guitar in this space, it would be just overwhelming. Purple means if you do a sine sweep through here, which you will hear now, it doesn't take any particular thing and resonate it so loudly that it's like, yeah, that frequency honked. That frequency just overwhelmed everything else. You would like it to be smooth enough that the sine sweep doesn't get to emphasize anything in particular, while still having the guitar be super loud. So this was only red and purple. I gotta start over. I've distracted myself. I know that it was red. We'll get through these. I promise we'll get through these. I don't think this was in anything. Nope. And I'm pretty sure it wasn't a blue, and it was just barely a purple. So we'll go through that all over again. Nope. And yep, just barely. So we got a red purple as number 4. Weirdly, we're getting like every possible variation in its simplest form. We're not getting any multiple ones where it's like red and also green and also purple, which is really the better performing ones. But then we've only got 2 left, so let's see what we got. Oh boy. Yeah. I am wanting to make more of these reverb things. High orange, 11.81 means that's orange. Orange and nope, that's to neither extreme. Is it orange and blue? It is not. Is it an orange and purple? just barely it is. Okay, that was quick. And our last one, which is one of the halls. Let's go through that, see what we get, and then I'll demonstrate the difference between unique and hall. So, analyze. Maybe you mean plate A? What's that? 11, that's an orange. Cool. It's not an orange, it is an orange color to be assigned to it. And that is not anything special bright-wise, so we leave that alone. So we got orange. When I do these for long periods of time, I just have to repeat myself over and over again, trying to keep the focus going. Saying things like orange, and I'll say it in the Boards of Canada style. And we got a orange purple. In fact, that is a very good purple. That is not a very high level at all. And so, the difference between the unique sound and the hall sound is like this. I feel like the U algorithm produces this very empty, cavernous vibe. I think it sounds very cathedral-like, so that's why I generated it. This might be a winner. Whereas the hall sound I think that sounds more like a venue. It sounds less like a cathedral and more like a space. Hey, Jazz. And the difference in very closely related U ones, the difference between green and red is this. Guitar with a lot of resonance. So what I find is if I am, oh, and we've got other things too. Check this out. I made a clap file. Same clap, but the second one is literally the Abbey Road chamber. And the way I did it was by isolating the original clap part. And that's not it. Out of that particular sound. It's the same clap, it's the same sound. And then fading out the echo. But it's the same clap. It is exactly the same sound taken from the other bit. And that's the Abbey Road Chamber. That is from Rick Beato's video. I gotta love him for that. Whatever else he does, however challenging he is as far as only liking old 70s guitar bands and stuff. And I'm very tempted to that kind of thing myself, but I'm also inevitably drawn to the synthesizers and things. So I was talking to a guy. It's actually the guy from Whimsical Raps, who got inspired by my work early on and started doing his own thing and doing it wonderfully. He's great at it. Oh, hey, we've even got Studio B claps. So if I can get those, and I might want to space them out a little bit more, but what we've got is, in this case, you can really separate out the near reflections from the far reflections. That's Abbey Road Studio B. Same clap. So if I can make that work, I'll be able to do K Studio B. And I have already tried to do the Abbey Road Chamber, and I did not succeed that time. But that doesn't mean I can't go back and try it again. And then we've also got some Sound City clips. So you can kind of barely hear what that's about, but it's a famously great room. This is from a documentary by Dave Grohl.
In that one night.
That is a distant mic recording in the famous Sound City room. I don't think that's enough for them to give me any trouble over. So let's see, audio hijack off. Oh, hang on. I have a little bit more work to do. Not all that much, but just a little bit. We have to take these and put them in this list, because this is the big list of all of the stuff that I have made to try to make the new reverbs. You saw what it took to get through these 6 here, and this is like all of them. So my first thing is to select all of these and command drag and see whether it needs me to replace anything. And we do. Keep both. And there was one that I had to replace. 874. Now I have 2 different 874s, and the new one is a red, so that's good. That's better than I had. So we're going to call it 874B instead. Like this. Beep. And now that I've done that, it's time to scroll down to the total list. Here's all of the data for all of those ones that I made, up to this in size and down to this in size. So I got to find 760. Away we go. They all have their different purposes, you see. And cut. Paste. 862. Where's 862? There we go. You can see that I have done this before because the surrounding things are also the same kind of generation. All of these are the result of days of work on top of days of work in order to try to get as many possible good solutions to these problems as I can get. There's my 874B. This is the one that is green and purple. This is the one that's red and purple. I'm glad that it is finding a use. That's why I don't get rid of stuff just because it doesn't succeed at what I tried to make it do. Oh, and I have an 806H. I got to dial right back for that one. See, copy, cut 877. (806H). It's in the middle of the U. 96H. And see, we threw away one of the 1000s, but then we have several of them right here. Actually, we have one of them right there, and the rest of them are F. F is for plate-like sounds. One day what I was trying to do was getting ones that were plate-like sounds of unreasonably large size. I can show you what that sounds like, honestly. Firstly, I save out of there. Close that. Save out of there. Quit. It never seems to be able to eject anymore once I've opened it in that program. I'm going to double check it and make sure that it's actually fine. There it is again. And oh. That time it was fine. Yeah, I was telling you about this. I have sometimes taken ginormous, huge delay times and used the plate-style algorithms specifically for the purpose of trying to get something that would sound like sort of a hovering ambient space. And I can show you an example because F and P are the plate-style of the sounds. And here is, I can kind of show you. I'll just show you and not bother with hearing it myself. Yeah, I had it set up so that I was playing directly through the stream. I'm going to switch back over to Rayan Audio, and we're going to jump into the world of Minecraft now. It's only 10:37 in the morning, but I'm going to call that enough. This wasn't supposed to be a working day. I mean, it can be, but it doesn't have to be. I guess we'll also see whether Lunar Client is doing anything inappropriate to me since I turned away. It's updating things. Its updating can also involve throwing servers in my server list that I didn't ask for, and that's untidy. That's more your like competitive nonsense where they're trying to sucker people into I know not what. Oh, we are flashing. Please do not flash. And I'd better turn this up. Yeah, my tape delay is a delay line, but I've also got a biquad in there, which is allowing it to be bandpassy. In fact, it's designed to be bandpassy. It's not simply a low pass, it's also cutting out the lows as well, which helps it if I'm trying to get those old school 60s, like if I wanted to sound like an Echo Rack or something. So quick check to make sure that we can connect through the same IP address, because otherwise I have to go and fix everything. Signs point to yes, and oh look, we are in my space and I've got various monsters kicking around. I'll get right back to those. I am going to connect using a local area network connection. So this is pretty much what I had done, and I made a glass pile so that I could be like up on the top of here as the sun is setting, and that's not great. So how about we use some weapons to shoot some of these things that I'm not going to want to be around. And do I have a bed on me? Yes, I do. It'll take me a little bit longer, but I feel like keeping these bits of glass. So we're going to use that, the Silk Touch pick, and that will let me keep the pieces of glass. Probably by the time I get down there, like creepers will be attacking me. If I'm lucky, they will not. Pass the night. So here is part of what I have been doing. With all of my various stuff, is figuring out how to make this area. Hi, I see a miscreant. I really don't need to be picking up all of these things. Dude attacking me with a tree. I got this whole space here, which is defined by the inside of this ginormous glass sphere, and that's what we were doing in the previous Minecraft days, was figuring out how to get the Snowball Madness feature that allows you to make glass spheres like this, and so then we went and did exactly that. So I thought a fun thing to do today could be, seeing as now I can make these glass spheres, is make my little space in here. It appears that we have some log. So we're doing kind of a cleanup detail here, and that suits me. I feel like that's a nice way to... Oh, and we've got some stuff around here that was clearly part of another tree of some kind. So if I'm able to chop those down, and I'm past the overall grindy nature of that. That was all part of this tree continuing out this far. If I get those, then those leaves should despawn. should be able to clear out the grass as well. And what I'm thinking of doing is flattening this area a little bit, like trying to make it a little bit more natural and a little less like raw Minecraft generation. I'm also wondering why I'm feeling a little bit chilly. Maybe it's time for me to open up the damper. Like there's wood in there, but it's not burning very hot. You can see that it's just sort of smoldering, even though there's a goodly supply of wood in there. But having taken the damper off, it will flow a little bit easier. You should be seeing results from that pretty soon. I should keep an eye on here because something could sneak up and attack me. Yeah, that's the fire starting up. Good enough. So yeah, you can see through the glass block that it extends down underground. So there are other possibilities, such as taking an area, making it be this glass block thing. Then, why are you? Oh, I see why. We apparently have plant life in here as well. Plant life, and we have animal life in here as well. We've got some sheep, we've got some cows. What do I just heard? Oh, that's what I just heard. It was a wolf growl. Fascinating. Was that wolf able to eat that one sheep somehow, even though it was through a wall? That doesn't make any sense at all. Okay, so I had 2 sheep, and now I only see 1. Nope, there's another. Yeah, I feel like if I do have wolves in here, they're just going to eat the sheep, so maybe that's not good. But see, there's an outside sheep that it can go after. But I could make like a herd of cows and sheep in here, and that could be the purpose of this little space. That said, another purpose of this little space is I need to clear out some of this wood so this stuff will despawn. I can make new trees easily enough. I just don't want to be annoyed by forest spaces when I'm busy trying to do something else. So let's see what we can make happen. We can do that. I should be able to go after visible pieces of wood like this. I like that there are live animals in here because it makes it a little less boring. Otherwise, it'll be kind of dull. Oh, what am I doing? I'm a little out of practice. I've been working so hard that I haven't been playing Minecraft as much as I might. Which is hardly surprising. But sometimes it's good to make space for just kind of unwinding to the best of our ability. And one thing about something like this is you can't really get away from the fact of this is not work. This is not really important. Doesn't really connect to anything. It's interesting enough in its own right. It's good at being engaging. And it's interesting to study in the ways in which something like that is engaging. Last week I was working on that video game stuff, and I made some good breakthroughs with that, although it was very frustrating and very challenging. This is kind of where that sort of thing can lead, is you end up with this very engaging game that you're just kind of merrily playing away with. And it's just another kind of experience, really. Now let's see, that should... Got it. Trying to see at what point I can make all of this despawn and what bits of it are resisting the despawning. And I'm going to have to make sure that I don't run out of time and end up spawning a bunch of monsters. But we're looking pretty good. I believe I still have time to run over to the bed if I can find it, which I bet I can. It's not right there, though. Oh no, this whole place is so big that I'm lost. I managed to make a space so large that I can get lost in it within a bubble. But that would be the bed to sleep in. Yep, I am glad you were. You know, there is somebody who's making like Reaper. Look at you, clever Mr. Skelly, clever Mr. Zombie. You things are not supposed to be here. You can just add to my extraordinarily high power level, which is 138. As I begin my land sculpting. Well, that's one way of doing it. It's a very, very aggressively efficient land sculpting technique. Let's just take the entire top off of here. That's going to give us a bunch of dirt. This is such a super shovel that it's kind of aggressive. Oh, and we've got some stuff way down here. Might be fillable, littable. There's Crafty Man's book still. Haha. That's why that's there. We do not wish that. We wish just the glass. Let's try to be careful and not break the glass. And here's another one. That one's birch. Using these, I can replant trees once it's a little bit cleared up, straightened out. I feel like this whole area is like strangely mountainous and excessive. I mean, we could fill that in with we could flatten this all out. That is most definitely a possibility, flatten it all out. It's real spiky and jumpy and holes all in it. That is a definite possibility. Because it feels kind of like this terrain is just, there's too much to it. Although we do have technological ways of not having to deal with that. I can flatten everything out real good and very effectively with some power tools. Let's not do that right at the moment, though. See, so we can flatten that out pretty good. In fact, we can flatten this out pretty good too. It's neat how we have this weird mesh-like look over here, because that's just plain the dome. I'm sure it's really bad for YouTube compression. But that it is what it is. So what have we got in the way of a bunch of dirt? Well, one thing we certainly can do is start redesigning some of this. Do need to get rid of at least a little something. How about the spare oak sapling? So we have a whole bunch of that. Here we have another tall area. And leaves coming through into here, and I don't know what to do about that. There are many possibilities with this sort of technology. One of them is using the same thing, but instead of glass, which makes it like a sort of bubble space that I can redesign. We could use something solid, or indeed something really intense like obsidian or whatever, at which point you're making a Death Star. Like the obsidian Death Star. And the trouble there is that then you've made a giant space, either floating in space if you go up high enough, and assuming it has enough room to generate way up there, or intersecting the ground, and then it's all dark. So it immediately becomes full of mobs, and your work is impeded by that. So we may or may not wish anything of the sort. Like here's an area where I could cut down into here, at which point it would look like a tall area with then dirt and then rock underneath, intersecting the biosphere. I mean, it's just a question of like, how natural do I want to leave this? Because it's a bunch of really steep terrain, and it's covering quite an area. Here's the top of one hill, and the down there, oh, hello, look at that. We've got ocean over here. And we've got a creeper over there. So now I'm real curious, does this stream lead over to the ocean? Because we've got a very bumpy, hilly area. That could, in theory, lead out to here. And you'd kind of climb up into biosphere. But the river could be an access point. Wraps around to over here, and then you don't see it anymore. And I see other ocean or something like it over here. And the dog that growled. That's a kind of cool little space right there. The sun is beginning to set. So here's what I'm going to do for now. Firstly, I'm going to place this bed so that I can pass the night. Not that there aren't other ways I could do that, but for now. YRE, this is kind of big, so I don't think that would actually be enough, honestly. Yeah, I'm going to pick up that bed. And I'm going to work on this area. Where would be a good place? Like this is a place that looks kind of... I can't pick up any of that stuff because I've got too much in my inventory already. Because I don't really have a home base yet. Not that I really need stacks of dirt though, but I will be needing a lot of dirt. So here's what we're going to do right at the moment. This is a nice sort of edge spot. It's almost down to here. So if I was to take some, oh look. Let's see how high up we would want that to go. We are getting, well, no, we're not really getting glass box after all, are we? I think it's time to start building something. There's one something. And then more somethings. Got there. Now we can start throwing stuff in here. All of the stuff, for starters. And going from there. I don't think I see anything I need to build with right here, other than the obligatory dirt and such. You can grab lots of dirt. So now we can make the space kind of work up to here, or not necessarily. And find our way down to here, where this is actually going to be a floor, so I'm one layer lower than I need to be. That's fine for now. Now we have a dock. It would be good if we could label it somehow. I don't see a great method for that right at the moment, but it's fine. And now that we have the dock, we can explore to see where the river goes and whether I can extend it or do anything with it. So it goes over here and then seems to kind of stop. Ooh, sugarcane. May or may not resume. Okay, so that kind of resumes. This birch forest area is very hilly. And then we've got a cool little lagoon. I could build stuff in. Oh, we got roses over there. And a little island over here. Oh, and we've got swamp. So we could absolutely build something on this little outcropping. We've got blue flowers over there. We've got what looks like ocean, and it looks like we have a bit of swampland tucked in here. And I think it goes away. I think the ocean doesn't sustain beyond here, but we do have a swamp area. I hear a spider. Up. Yep, that's not ocean. That's just more terrain. Black sheep, have you any wool? Yes, it looks like you certainly do. Oh. Weird hole. But now as we come back across the swamp over in this direction, we begin to see in the distance something mysterious and cool on a very large scale. And that is the thing that we built. So now I wonder if I've got any... Nope. Was wondering whether I could conveniently build a boat. And the answer is not really. Ooh. Look at this underground, undersea view. That's some cool looking ocean right there. I like it. I'm carrying the bed, so I will need to use it. Tell you, I'm going to make a boat. Even though it involves a little repetitiveness, I'm going to make a boat after I sleep. And we're going to sail around the outside of this area. Hidden crafting table. Hey, Dudecraft. And we're going to do just a little bit of that, and then I'm going to take a personal hygiene break. Oop, got one of those. So we'll scoot around the outside edge there. It's a tiny little island right there. It's the tiniest little island. Let's see whether we can get through to the ocean, which should be on the other side of here. Maybe. Let's see. We have a goodly amount of cows, that's for sure. And where's our landmark? There it is. You can't see all of it super effectively, but oh, how interesting. See if that fills back in. Huh. Minecraft rendering doing its funky things. Running into all the lily pads. And I believe this would be ocean. You can kind of see in the background. So I realize I don't have background music here right at the moment. I have to go and take, hopefully not an enormous restroom break, and I'll be back in a moment. How tiresome of Minecraft to not play music for me at the time that I needed to go and do my thing. Well, let's explore some of this area. We're picking up a lot of these, aren't we? So what have we here apart from cattle? Got some sunflower plains. Oh, from this angle we can see the dome quite nicely. Go up onto a hill, and there it be. So this is a nice little spot. It's a very chill little meadow area right over here. I like that. Let's continue boating. It is a nice place. I am taking out all of these lily pads. I'm going to have a giant collection of lily pads by the time I'm done. Weird how the dome is phasing in and out. Hey, narrow little area. This is a pretty cool ocean area. Kind of like that. In fact, it seems like a very good ocean area because you can't even see the far shoreline. So one of the questions becomes, does my dome have access to this ocean area? And or should I maybe make a an ocean dome to go along with it? Like there's an idea. We've got a sandy area. This birch forest is the most rumpled terrain. Mob farm above the water? Yeah, that could be. That could happen. It is bumpy terrain over here. I see a hint of what lies in store. It's like the terrain almost gets in the way of being able to experience the dome, and yet the dome is so huge that it can't. We just come down here, which is not really very well sorted out. This could be better. And here's our dome entrance. So logically, if we were to use the boat and row out of here, I mean, there was actually, I saw a creeper in this direction, but I don't think it would persist. We actually have to get out of this area. What must I do? That must I do. Well, that was cute. What's that about? Ford this tiny little area and go over here. So there we are. We're able to get to the ocean this way. And we will see how big of an ocean that is. You think I might see shore on the other side? Also, in about a half an hour, I'm going to make my final coffee for the day. I will stop at noon. And here we are with landmass and swamp. In fact, it is a cold area. It's a cold terrain. I think I see a little tiny island. Might be a little tiny island. Might be more continental landmass. Give me that. Thank you. Yeah, so there's some island space. Seems nice. I thought I was gonna, I'll do that, I guess. Here's a nice little island, and it is right near where our giant dome lives. And here's our giant dome. Boy, we gotta go out a ways even to get beyond where the clouds are. Let's head in. Thank goodness for the flying snowball. That's all I can. Hello, guys. I'm not impressed. Not impressed at all. Monsters lurking around here, getting in my way. Yeah, it's just irritating. I'm not sure I want there to be an opening to there. It's just mobs. How annoying. Well, we'll leave it like that for now, I suppose. We will set the boat there. And then nothing gets to come through. I wonder if I shoot that with an arrow, can I make it move? Oh, that didn't work at all. Okay. But one thing about it, now I can put a block there. So now it's sealed off. So, hi. Not so much about the ocean dome. Instead, let's just make this dome. Yeah, we do have automated ways of making things like floors. They're just not convenient. Like I can do extended half slab floors pretty much any way I like with any half slab I like, and that should include wood. So that's a possible way of building in here. Let's also see whether we can't do a little more flattening. Terrain smoothing. One thing about it, I'm quickly going to have all of the dirt I need for landscaping. I'm pleased that I didn't smack that cow with the shovel. There was no reason I would have to. I would just as soon not bug them if I don't need to. It's neat how you can get to see this area, but then also landscape it a bit. Like it's wild how steep this is. If I use a pickaxe snowball, I can very effectively flatten everything, but it'll also take all the glass away too. I could make a house on the rock. That could be a thing. This could be a sort of rock outcropping where I could build a house on this foundation. In fact, we could build a skyscraper because that's how high the dome goes. And that could be fun. And good night, Adam. Adam is in a different time zone than I am. There's our 18 smooth stone. 19 rather. Nope, 18. You can do things like go, I'm going to build only with such materials as I'm able to get from inside this dome. That could be fun. I do like the idea of building this skyscraper based on the steepness of this area. Which we are flattening out. Flatten it out only to build a skyscraper that overlooks what we can see here. Maybe catwalks in the sky or something. I don't know. I do know one of the things I was thinking about was actually filling in Earth, and so that might be a bit of fun. Go around and see, this will catch up quite quickly. It'll also grow over quite quickly. And fill in that area too, but now we get our background music. I'm kind of excited about when I get the I'm looking forward to getting a synthesizer part from a guy. So I was looking to buy a Whimsical Wraps Mangrove because the new version of it is capable of re-triggering in interesting ways, and I really should be able to do wonderful things with that combined with this aux box. And it'll make it more possible to do wilder and stranger things within the context of, you know, Roland style synthetic. Roland style synthetic meaning rather than being MIDI or whatever, you're just dealing with the rise time of triggers. That's what I'd like to see happening. And the great thing about the Mangrove is that it's not entirely a stable synthesizer engine. I'm not sure how much of it is analog and how much of it is digital because Whimsical Wraps likes to use both. But one thing that it can do is do its oscillator thing, but then be like weirdly unstable. That could be an interesting prospect when you're synchronizing to other stuff. So the neat thing about that is that I was able to swap another. We're doing a gift exchange, which is, I don't think other people would get to do this necessarily. I got to do it because we were in a gifting mood, but I gave him a Make Noise Ocoast in exchange for some of the current mannequin stuff. It could very possibly also include one of those W things. Those are kind of like delays and kind of like Frippertronics and kind of like, I don't even know what. You can do an oscillator with them, I know that. There we go, another flat area. I'm going to want to fill that in. Some of this could be filled in with water, I feel. I don't have a really good way of doing that, mind you, but it seems like maybe it could be. And I got to mine out some of this stuff. Yeah. Today, terraforming day in the Minecraft dome. Placing dirt block day. Having done a bunch of the other stuff that I needed to do. Like this reverb stuff, which I'm expecting to do more of. Like Thursday may very well be, let's get a K Cathedral 2 or a K Plate or something up and running. I have a pretty clear idea about what things I want to attempt with it. I have a pretty clear idea that I've left a bed around somewhere and I don't remember where it is now. Well, let's go and see. Let's fly over to various places and see. Hi, there it is. This would be our foundation for building like a skyscraper on. And we've got those hills over there which are obscuring view of low-lying areas. I'm half tempted to get wacky with explosives or something. Be like, let's stand there and then blow things up until we have a terrain that's a little flatter and with less stuff going on. But it would be blowing up all these animals. I'm not sure if that seems not great. There's no good reason I should do that. Here's a low-lying area that does no use to anybody. This was an odd choice. I mean, it was accidental. I didn't know what I was doing, but it's still an odd choice for where to do this dome thing. Because there's just a lot of area in here that is not especially helpful. It'd be cute if I could do a punch-a-chunk thing. You know what those are? Where you define the chunk boundaries and then you dig right down to bedrock in whatever the area is. It's James from LoadingReadyRun is well known for doing those. I'm kind of doing an opposite thing, honestly. I'm building an area up rather than digging down. There will end up being a lot of dirt piled in some of these areas. The whole terrain is very bumpy. It's kind of a lot. We've got kind of a lot here. Like here's another flat place. It's getting on towards another good time for me to go and make a cup of coffee, and maybe I'll do something more interesting once I've done that. I don't know though, it's oddly reassuring that Minecraft is not necessarily any more engaging than me doing my work. It'd be a bit of a drag if it was, but part of it is just being able to hang out whilst anything of this kind is being done. Because hanging out is a thing. Oh, hi. This can be smoothed out. And soak in this. Which means soak in this. You can see that I haven't been in some places because if grass is growing there, I have not filling it in. Strangely similar to the plugin make and grind. All of that work with the audio editor. You know, it really would be an interesting thing to include that capacity for doing a Benford realness calculation. That is actually a potentially useful thing. Now, if I go over this way, how does it feel? Well, that is clearly an area that could be lowered. Tools like this, who needs beacons? Because we don't have beacons here. That's one thing that we have not successfully done. I don't think anybody's been able to do that. I remember somebody was trying and they were not succeeding in being able to make a wither spawn, meaning that we can't make beacons if we can't spawn withers. That could be a thing. Oh, here's another area. That could be filled in. Or we can dig it all down too. It doesn't have to be necessarily filled in. We can build stuff up. The just sheer steepness and bumpiness of this is something that I find unhelpful. And that is why I'm trying to defuse some of that. I wonder if I can put dirt on top of these flowers. Nope. Gotta pick them to fill in around them. It's details like that which I am not delighted with. It's like, why do you have a single hole right here? I know it's part of the generation, but it just looks unreasonably choppy. Even for a densely foliaged, tightly packed rolling hills, it's like, that's a little rough. We are providing additional octaves to the Perlin noise generation system manually. Or rather, less octaves is probably what it would be. It's always been kind of fascinating, the reality of stuff like that. All of this is made through algorithms, much like I make for the audio. And yet it becomes a world that you can be in. So naturally, it's a fascinating idea to be like, I would like to do that too. Let me make some worlds. Let me make some algorithms. And that's what I was doing when I was doing the Howling from the Moon, and where I had a, let's see, well, that's a flat area, so I could flatten that out more. And there's my bed. Very good. It's interesting contemplating the idea that I need to not be drinking a bunch of coffee or eating ibuprofen or whatever, that I have to just naturally pursue a more stable level of being active and busy and useful, with much less in the way of trying to force it, any particular method of forcing it. Oh, hey, we could have water live here. It's not that difficult. I will need to go and get some iron. So raised area here. Yeah, a lot of this. A lot of this could be subject to a little redesign. Fairly rapidly, too. The grass will grow back. In areas that are not just rock. That's the thing, is the bones of these hills are rocks. So we're going to have some of that. I can take it all a solid 2 feet down, but it only goes so far compared to where the rocks are at. I definitely feel as if I could have chosen this location a little bit more cleverly, but it is what it is. And at least this part is very rapid. And now my whole inventory is like full of dirt block, just about. Which is something that I can place elsewhere. And gradually the grass block will come in. Next thing you know, that'll be all filled in. In fact, I could take it out to this edge. That seems like that might be nice. Kind of a lot of work, but what the hey, why not? I mean, I just produced a whole bunch of empty blocks. No reason to not go in and start filling. I think I'm getting a little mumbly here. Go figure. It's been a long January. Me being a little bit mumbly should do no harm. What's my favorite linear filter? I am not sure. I'm not sure I like linear filters. I wonder whether you mean FIR filters. Is that what you're thinking? Are you thinking FIR filters? Because I tend not to favor those very much, although I do like averages. Oh, I see. You come all the way over here, and then you're down a couple or more. I see. There we go. I think I could do with another log on the fire. Let's get that shot. I'm not surprised it burned down. It did not have the damper engaged. Might be worth trying a couple of them of different sizes this time. small one in the bottom, propping up a larger one up top. See how that works. That ought to go. Momentarily, that will be catching so well that I'll be able to put the damper on. At which point it will burn for longer, more efficiently, and with less pollution. So I'm looking forward to firing that up. And produce more heat. The flames are bigger when the damper is not on, but that doesn't mean it's producing more heat when the damper is not on. This placement is designed to have grass blocks appearing in the middle of what I'm placing so that it will all fill in faster. And it has already begun to work. Grass blocks are honestly very quick. They're really kind of chugging along. Oh, I see. I don't know the answer to your question. Nor do I tend to like phase linear. I mean, all phase linear means in practice is you're going to get pre-ring. If I don't like pre-ring, I'm not going to tend to like phase linear. All right, that looks nice and flat. Maybe I'll make a hoe and have some fields of crops in here. That might be fun. I am certainly choosing to have flat plains that aren't covered with sagebrush, so there's that. We'll leave the sagebrush, but we'll leave it on the bumpier edges so that it makes stuff a little more visually interesting. But we'll expand the area, expand the range of this. Might be getting almost ready to fire up that damper. I feel like I can hear it going. I probably can. Oh God, yeah. Look at that. That's going real good. That is real good. Now that's how to load a wood stove. No, as a matter of fact, I tend to avoid tear out. Oh, it's getting dark. Where is my bed? This area is so big I get lost. That's messed up. And I can go up so high that I can't see anything. So I apparently need some help finding out where that bed... Oh! Let's go away. That's annoying. Okay, so... that bed was right there. Do I also have monsters attacking me literally right there? Nope. Oh, I got an arrow stuck in me. Huh. Don't need those guys. And look at all of these idiots. I mean, that one's going to be peaceful, but don't need these things. They were just spawning out of nowhere. Maybe I should take this hillside down. I have just visited the website Every Noise at Once not long ago. I went and I checked it out and I was like, huh, that's kind of cool. That, or there was a similar related one that I visited. Yeah, so what's up with this hillside? This seems a bit steep. I maybe don't want this here. Dude, no. No. No, no, no. Enough of that nonsense. Let's start placing blocks. There's some good flowers nearby that I could also build into here. You don't have to stick to just these poppies or whatever they are. I remember seeing rose bushes, and I remember seeing some kind of blue flower over where the swamp was. And sunflowers. So there was a bunch of different foliage that could exist around here. It seems like a fine idea to me. Got our patented rapid regrowth technique. You speckle them down with as much grass around all sides so that some bits of grass get placed in the middle of everything. If they are in the middle of everything like this, then they can spread better. Otherwise, it has to come in from the sides. Oh, and it is 12:11. There's something I said I wanted to do that needed to happen before it hit 12, so maybe what I should do is go and deal with that. That's going to be a no. Alrighty, I can kind of see a little bit more of all of this now. I like that. So what I am going to do now, sadly Minecraft never wants to play music when I want it to. I'm going to go and make a cup of coffee, which will take a little tiny bit longer than when I was making cups of espresso, but it's near enough to noon that I feel I can do that. And we'll have a more animated and chatty afternoon if I do. Yeah. You know, one of the reasons that they can charge more for pour-overs and things at coffee places is it is time. It costs more in time to do like a pour over a regular kind of coffee if you're not actually just keeping it sitting around in a pot, which one normally wouldn't want. Whereas espresso might contain a bunch of coffee, but you can push it through much faster. And so those can end up being cheaper simply because you can get people through a line faster if you're serving them that. Which is to say, I'm making a pour over, so I'm very curious to see how much more time that takes. Bada boom. I got back, I think, just in time to sleep in Minecraft, it looks like. Oh yeah. Yeah, it took a little bit more time. One of the things I don't like about the my little pour over proper coffee rather than fancy pants espressos and things is generating a lot of paper waste. I mean, it's good and all, but it does also generate that paper waste, and I'm not enthusiastic about that part. I feel like if I don't have to do that, and I can like drink my kind of coffee and it doesn't involve continually putting these used paper filters in the trash. And I know that you can get a metal filter. I have not found metal filters that flow through properly to really be the same thing as the paper ones. So it's all kind of, you know, you give in one hand and you get in the other. You figure out ways of doing whatever it is that you're doing. And one of the things that we're doing is we're going to build a cool foundation for some kind of tall building, and then we're also flattening out a bunch of other places and probably planting fields on them or something. You can see that is the direction this is going. It just feels like we are flattening stuff out more and more, and we're going to eventually end up filling this in and doing something amusing like, I don't know, a water spout to get down to that river, which is the entrance. Or who knows what else. Maybe I'll do something entirely else. That said, isn't it nice that Minecraft was playing music for a change when I stepped away? That seems like a nice thing. I'm figuring out whether I want to do like stone brick or something. Can I do half slabs out of these stone materials? That could amount to something useful. We do have a goodly number of materials here, ways of doing things, not even counting the snowball style ways of doing things. There we are. Andesite, that's what I was thinking of. Can I make andesite half slabs? So named after Andy, who invented them. Hence the name. And there's the area we were filling, and it is now grown over quite nicely, so it'll respond very quickly to additional dirt being added. Good. Oh. I moved it before it could destroy the grass block it was on. Very good. So I think we need to use some of this sand appropriately around and under the water that we have here to make this a proper little pond. I feel like that is clearly an obvious thing to do. Meaning we'll need to get a little bit of sand and maybe trim some of this. Like I'm thinking it may be a sort of rice paddy effect where we've got steep levels separating out relatively flat areas. Hey, I got some yellow flowers over here. Oh, hi. Yeah, this flat area could extend all the way over this way. Nothing wrong with that. That could happen. I mean, eventually I'm going to run out of shovel, but until that day. Excuse me. Goodness gracious. And then fill in there. Slope up the middle so that we can get a head start on the grass growing, except for where there is stone. There is definitely stone in here in some places. Alrighty, and now to fill in this area. Meanwhile, my coffee is cooling off enough to where I may be able to drink some of it in a moment. It's very, very fresh, so it comes out kind of hot. Honestly, I wonder sometimes whether the people who are watching these streams or whatever are exclusively in like Holland or wherever, and the timeline is so completely different that to them, my streaming schedule is beginning at a normal time and going until 4 o'clock in the morning, which nobody could possibly persist with very effectively. That's not true. People could, but not necessarily in a sensible, healthy manner. Stripes. The phrase, as interesting as watching grass grow, is clearly not related to the amazingness of this Minecraft stuff where you can see it bursting out all over the place. This grass grows with extreme vigor and enthusiasm. And the sun sets just as vigorously, it appears. Hang on. Nighttime. I have a lot of notes that I've made for myself for various purposes. Among them, music making. And it's going to be an interesting thing getting back into that in upcoming... Hello, are we digging this out now? I think we are. Upcoming months. So I have my stuff up and rolling again properly. It's going to be quite interesting because part of me is always very motivated, even compelled, to do your old 70s style instrumentation, whether or not I can get away with it. And there's a reason that most people went to electronic music. Over the years, it became much more common for people to go for synthesis, doing electronic music and sampling, because you don't have to learn to play instruments at a professional level to make music happen using those techniques. If you're like sampling and synthesis guy, you need to be able to think of what you will do, but you don't have to discipline your body to do what will produce the music you want. If you're like 70s rock and roll guitar player, drummer, who knows, whatever, you have to discipline your body to do the thing. Like, I do exercise and lift weights and such, and part of that is so that I can do things like sit down at a drum kit and play loudly for minutes on end without having to stop or without hurting myself or whatever. You need to be able to do that stuff, and that is also the case for things like guitar playing, where it's really not as physically grueling as, for instance, being a drummer. But it still can be demanding in its own right. And you have to get your practice in, and you also have to have a mental clock working efficiently enough that you can play in time using your muscles and your physical properties to, like, whereas in your Roland type stuff, you have the rise time of impulses driving physical music as it goes along. Well, when you are a human doing that kind of thing, you have the rise time of your physical nerves driving your body to accomplish the desired result. And that's not always the simplest thing. It can be pretty challenging. One of the reasons that I gravitate towards, we have so many things. We have pigs living here. I feel like I could definitely make a sort of Dr. Dolittle scene going on here. flatten the stuff out a little bit. And we got cows, we got sheep, we got pigs, we got everything. This does not need to be here. Looks like we have more rock quarrying to do here. Do a little bit of that while we're at it. Get some granite. I'd hate to have all this taken for granted. And we apparently have a thoroughly full inventory at this stage. There is surely some things I don't need to be carrying around. Actually, wait a second. Wait just a second. I see no immediate need for flint, but we could use this to start growing stuff. That could be a thing. That said, I have not decided where or how I want to grow anything, but clearly scaly bone meal is one way to do that, so we're going to focus in that way. This might be a fine time to drop off some of this stuff because I have a chest. It's just not very conveniently located is all. I'm pretty sure it's down in the pit right over here where we went down incredibly far to reach what we needed to reach. Now let's fill in some other areas with dirt. Also, maybe figuring out what to do with water. We almost have enough iron to make a bucket from what we've got here, but we don't quite have that much. We're going to be filling in that area. Absolutely. No question about it. So what if we started reshaping this a little bit? I put away all my stone, so I don't have any more of that. But if I decided that this was supposed to be stone up to this far, and then over from this far, that makes a neat square foundation. And then where would we be at if we went this far out? I think I got to fill in a little bit, but not all that much. Cal, what are you thinking? What are you trying to do? Well, you know what? You're literally sitting where I would be placing some blocks. Maybe not be doing as much of that. Or go ahead, I don't care. You can be built into the foundations of this place. How about that? Does that sound fun? Maybe it is fun, I don't know. Meanwhile, good time to take a nap. Boop. It will push you. Or maybe I'll push you this direction instead. There we go. So we're going to fill in with stone, but probably not the other kind. So how about I go and clear out stuff like the diorite and the andesite. There. Now there's some space for just a bunch of plain old stone. All I got to do is go and get some, and I bet I have them down here. Sure do. So we'll stack that up, and we'll get all of the stone, and we'll begin some of this sort of terraforming process. With a whole bunch of smooth stone for a nice solid foundation. We could even be building a house that's the shape of this foundation, as if that was defining how big the place is. I'm not sure if that's a great idea, though. It feels like this pad is larger than I really would want or need for that. Was kind of enjoying the idea of having just this driveway-like area, not unlike back when I was building that paint your own area. This would be subject to that, in fact. Since I'm filling it in with this, if I get certain other kinds of blocks, I can change the entire thing at a stroke to what other color I want. It'll take all of the terracottas, it'll take any of those things. And so I can make this large rectangular, well, semi-rectangular area to be exactly that. In fact, I like the idea of also doing the glass the same way. Maybe not that way. How about this way? Quite safe, I'm not going to fall. Interesting. If I take this all the way out to this edge, yeah, this is not going to be purely rectangular, is it? It can't be. But it can cover over the floor. And that's what we're going to do. In fact, we could even have a tunnel that goes out the other side. This is tunnel worthy. I'm keeping a bit of an eye on my wood stove as we go. Can I climb up here and look at stuff based on... Well, maybe not that way. No, I don't think I can get over there. What about here? I mean, worst comes to worst, I can fly up. Like, let's go over to this corner here. So we can get a pretty good bird's eye view of this. See that we've got a sort of raised area there. We've got very small little pond area. And another raised area there. Behind it, it sort of falls away, so it doesn't really go out to the edge. And the edge is not consistent everywhere we go. Thinking about it, thinking about how this goes. I could make tall buildings and walkways and things in here. It's certainly got room. I have got all the headroom ever. We can go this high. Or we can go over here, higher in the clouds. Bah, says the sheep. So now the only question is, what would be a fun thing to do? Fly up here. Nice little bird's eye view of... Oh, got an ambulance going over. You might have heard some of that or might not. Let's fill in this. Like, that's fine. That's flat enough. We can have this be raised up to that foundation. There's it goes way down over there, but this goes down to this corner, and I don't think I need this corner to be there. So let's take all of the dirt that we now have, which is lots and lots and lots of it, and start filling in these corners. Starting with over here. There's our flat area. And part of what makes this be a game is just inventing stuff like this and then figuring out efficient ways of doing it, or figuring out satisfying ways of doing it. It's like, what makes a particular method of filling stuff up a satisfying method versus an unsatisfying method of filling stuff up? What is the difference? Oh, and I feel it becoming dark in Minecraft again, so it's going to be time to go to bed. Kind of stretching it out a little bit because I found something to be engaged with. Now, there's my area. I probably don't need to announce it, but I'm still game for answering questions, much like I was before. I'm just derping around doing this too, but the being asked about plugin things remains a possibility. That is, after all, part of what I do. Good sized part of it, in fact. In theory, I could also develop snowball methods for doing things like this, because it can be sorted out with a little determination. You figure out how this is expressed as a Minecraft style idea. But I wouldn't want to, because this is part of the game for me. Derping along doing something like this, even though it's kind of weird and brainless and silly, but I don't mind the silliness. Silliness is part of what makes this be what it is. I spend a lot of time trying to do exceptional things in software for the purpose of sound people in all senses of the word. And it's distinctly nice to sometimes just do a silly thing that doesn't matter all that much. Because one of the challenges is that if you're a creator, if you're a person who's trying to do something with your life, it's very tempting to have everything be like, everything must matter. Everything's got to be really important. And that's cool. That's a way of getting motivation, of accomplishing stuff. All that's great, but it can also be pretty exhausting. And I don't always get to just play around with stuff like that. I have to respect my limits as far as what I can effectively do, to the extent of whether it's exhausting or whether I'm attempting too much. Again, for a variety of reasons. Among them, like being an American, I have to take a pretty proactive approach to my health, because if that goes wrong, that's not very fixable. And that can sometimes be scary. That can at times be real scary, but there's not an awful lot I can do about that fact of the scariness of being the American trying to run your own little business and do something in the world. We had that I'm almost out of dirt. I'll have to go and get more dirt. Fancy that. We were talking earlier on about American capitalism and the difference between capitalism and cooperation and stuff. The amount of assistance that I can provide is limited by my physicality. It's limited by what I'm able to be as a human being. And if I fail on that, I can't go any farther. Nobody is there to be able to carry on what I do, as cool as that would be. It would be very neat if I felt like I'm an open source person, therefore there's a world of people who would continue what I am doing. I don't really believe that's true. I don't think that's one of the things that is part of what open source is really about. The strength of open source, as far as I'm concerned, is it's like an open invitation to a great freedom of approach. Like, nobody can really tell me how to make my sounds sound in any particular way. It doesn't really work like that. Instead, what support I get is defined on who I am and where I'm likely to go with all of this. But there's very little in the way of, make me this particular, like, I got an email just this morning, and it was one of those ones where it's like, please do this thing. But it was also one of those ones where somebody came and said, please do this exact product from somebody else. And in that case, I didn't even respond. I didn't want to say anything mean, but sometimes that stuff just doesn't work for me. I'm not here for, please make me a free version of somebody else's product. It doesn't sit right. In general principles, that's fine, and I'm not offended by being asked, but it could come to, I don't want to respond because this is the 100th time I've been asked, please make me somebody else's commercial product, but I don't have to pay for it. And what I'm actually trying to make happen could be something completely different. Like if this does not describe what I got this morning, but if somebody said, please make me the free open source version of Soothe, I'm not going to do it because I don't really value that particular product, much less want to take away their ability to do business as themselves. Like, I'm not even interested in certain kinds of replacing what's out there, but I'm very interested in, for instance, where I'm at with the reverbs, where I'm going, and this is very likely what I'm going to do this coming, I believe it's going to be February this Thursday. Like, I believe Thursday is actually already February. And I'm very interested in diving in and having it be a Airwindows working on plugins day, which is specifically focused on going in and redoing those reverb plugins, but redoing them my way. Stepping away from all of the stuff that I've done, specifically to compress and saturate everything so that it's more of a kind of homogeneous mass, because some of the plugins that I was mimicking when I was trying to do like the the competitor to Waves and like that. Be able to do a plate reverb that functioned the same way as Waves' Abbey Road plates did in people's mixes. I more or less had to take my thing and come up with ways of compressing and saturating and smoothing it to operate the way that did effectively in people's experience. But that doesn't mean that that's what I wanted to do, just that I would do my thing and go, oh hey, this sounds spacious and stuff, but also it seems a mile away from the density and upfrontness of this Waves thing, because it's doing density and upfrontness, which is not necessarily what reverb is about. And so you wind up with this whole process where I could as easily be tilting the reverbs in a different direction that I feel is more likely to produce what I want, and simultaneously unlikely to satisfy some people out there who want that. I think Valhalla is probably the best example of that done right, of that sound that sounds good, which is the thick layer of reverb that sounds like a physical presence. It doesn't sound like empty space. It doesn't sound like hollowness or distance, so much as it sounds like a wash. It sounds like a cloud. It sounds like a pigment being sprayed over stuff. And that's interesting in its own right. That is a whole sound all to itself. I just have to wonder what you can get out of, that but distant empty space. And so I'll be pursuing my own directions for the purpose of trying to get the results I want. And it can quite easily be literally the opposite of what people might be looking to hear, because they've learned that this is what this is what a good quality reverb device sounds like. It's an interesting prospect. We're going to be taking some of this down too. Maybe I'll do that when I start needing lots more in the way of stacks of dirt. I'll just go and really work on some of these areas. It's a strange thing to do, but mine own. One of the things that's holding me up a bit is the fact that I do need to go and make these reverb designs the way that I need them, because it's getting in the way of me being able to finish my remixes. I'm trying to mix the stuff that I was doing last year, and I got a little bit of a head start. I got Console MC built, and that was a start. And then I got Console LA built, which quickly became, this is what I'm going to need to do to make this particular album. It needs to not be made on an MCI. It needs to be made on, and that's it for that dirt. Need more dirt. Gonna have to go and get some more dirt. I bet I can imagine where I can get hold of some of that. As long as my shovel holds out. I could make that more neatly shaped, I suppose. Yeah, why not? Sure. We will go there. We'll go here. That will certainly get me a little more in the... Oh, I'm going to need to place some more of them. We're going to need to place a little more dirt right there. Let's go forth and do exactly that. There we go. And then same deal here, but a little bit more generous. And exposing a little bit more rock, but that's fine. Now we've got a little bit more dirt. Let's go in and immediately begin placing it. And then it's time to fill in here. I mean, one of the challenges with the 70s rock obsession, like I was saying, is that in order to be able to perform it, you have to be the multi-instrumentalist or know a band or be in a band. And there's no real way around that. Like, you can do the synthesizer thing all day long, but you can't do the rock star thing without legitimately being it, and that's a big ask. It's kind of a lot. I mean, I like it, don't get me wrong. Plus, I'm very interested in pursuing something that I've been thinking about. Oh, hey, we should be able to dig up this too. Might expose a bunch of rock, but I think we can survive that. Maybe not even as much as I think. A little bit. We are going to expose this bed is what we're going to expose. So already we'll do that. Bed lives up here now. Not only that, we're probably going to move the chests and things up there too at some point. I could absolutely see that being a thing. That's going to get me enough dirt to fill in the rest of the area, I expect. Although, look at that, we're going up right to another raised area, so maybe that needs some attention. Watch how I end up making this entire thing just a golf course, right? Totally flat. Well, it would make for a source of dirt blocks. Let's go forth and use it as such. There we got plenty of dirt blocks. Oh, hey, cool. Sunset's over there. So if the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, that would be west, so this would be north, and I'm looking southwardly. One thing about it, I'm doing a better job at relaxing than in a lot of recent streams, and so that's part of what I'm doing this for, so alright. Might not seem like much, but it's part of the intention. I was actively looking to be able to do this stuff and not stress out super hard and beat myself into the ground doing it. And this is functionally working that way. So a little bitty hooray on the back of that. Seems good. Yeah, my neck and back aren't even as tensed up as usual. So that's cool. It's interesting how you look down under here and see all of this. So I am thinking about where the Godot game making stuff is going, because there are a number of things about it. Like, we had started fooling with the coupling with Blender, and I didn't really get that much done regarding that, because I started fooling with it and then we didn't really carry on beyond the one day. The Conway's Game of Life stuff that I was doing is neat in its own right, but there's a lot to do before that becomes a game. And even if it does become a game, it's a bit of a question as to, like, well, what constitutes a game? What's that gonna game like? It could be a very other kind of game, that one. And it remains to be seen how I want to approach that. There's other ideas. In particular, there's the one I'm calling tankies, where it could be an interesting synthesis between some of these things and stuff like Blender, stuff like using Blender to create game assets. Also toying with the idea of doing concept art, and like the concept art for that one poses some interesting possibilities, because one of the things that I could do with the idea of concept art, people do stuff like try to use AI to produce game assets, but they typically are trying to produce them directly. They are trying to, much like people using AI, for instance, to produce furry art or whatever, they are working to try to make those be a thing directly. The output of the AI must be a game-ready asset, which I'm not sure that's necessary. Because the thing about it is, AI is not an artist. AI is like a research project for thinking of what people would normally consider to be X, Y, or whatever. You're producing your thing using it, but all that's really happening is it's stealing from a bunch of artists and averaging out like what seems like it should be the thing that you're supposedly creating. And that's a questionable process. There's a lot to object to there. But if you are being a human artist and you're looking for reference and you go and Google up a bunch of things, there's no obstacle to going on Google, or if you're a furry artist, you go on Fur Affinity and you follow all the artists that you like best and you go, I want to do art. Let me learn how to draw like them, but me. And you're probably not spending a lot of time like directly tracing stuff, but you damn well are paying attention to how stuff is assembled. And there is not that much difference between what AI does and the idea of learning to assemble something in a particular way to meet certain kinds of standards, to get a particular result, a particular output. So that ends up being an interesting prospect. The idea of, like, for example, the idea of the Tankies game is it's a little bit like a two tower defense games attacking each other. And you should be able to make these little guys that run around, or assemble them out of various things. And I decided I was going to have a large number of different styles of tanks that can run around attacking or doing whatever it is that they do. And I was going to name them based on NATO alphabet, the NATO phonetic alphabet, where, you know, if you're saying Alpha Bravo Dixie or whatever, there's very specific names that are used in those. And I could use those names, and that also means if it's A through Z, your keyboard becomes a useful technique for, much like in the game that I've more or less got finished, but I don't know how to export it properly yet. Working on that one. Where you're making balls with letters on them go up to the top of the screen. That is about typing the letter and then directing it. So I feel like it should be possible to do a game where you're deciding stuff to do based on typing letters to control what's happening in the game. And so you can have your little robots that you're directing, your little tanks, and say one of them is called a Bravo. Well, if you were going to be a tank called Bravo, what would you look like? this is a place where AI can become handy, because you can have it generate a bunch of things, go, okay, make me a bunch of tanks that are named Bravo. And it'll start producing stuff, and it'll start producing stuff very much restricted to what the AI thinks is fitting. And that's completely limited to what kind of the collective unconsciousness of the human artist's visual approach is doing. You end up with like a research project of what would your typical person want to see if you say, give me a raccoon girl named Becky. Like, what is then associated with that? Well, as any given artist, you don't necessarily have that information. You are unique, you are interesting and individual, and so you're not just going to return the lowest hanging fruit, most generic possible raccoon girl named Becky, or robot called Bravo. But if you use an AI, it's going to give you that cheapest possible answer. And in a situation where you want that cheapest possible answer, that then becomes immediately valuable. Because you're not trying to use it to be a original, genuine creative donut steal. Instead, you're literally asking it to do what only it can do, because no individual person can quite have the generality of an AI system that's designed to create all of its stuff out of this sort of generalizing process. You can't actually do that as a person. You can do individual, you can do original things, but you're not an encyclopedia. And even if you were, you don't have that kind of absence of desire. You don't have that absence of, how can my inventory be full? It's not. But the AI can. It can have this great absence of desire that means it will give you a very generalized answer to whether you want to make a raccoon girl named Becky or you want to make a robot named Bravo. Like, only the AI can give you answers like that. Being a talented artist can't give you answers like that unless you research properly and really respect the amount of research that you're able to turn up. And that's more along the line, and the reason the AI thing could be really tacky is because that is also what people want in a capitalistic system where they're going, give me a game that will sell. Or like Netflix going, give me a series that people will watch. Well, that's asking similar questions, but when you defuse the human quality of wanting something actually to be original and good, you wind up with a great hollowness. You can't just have an AI and tell it, make me some art. You can have it write me a research paper on what people generally think about subject X, and it'll actually be very well suited to doing that. But it can't do stuff that will entertain because it's going to run out of originality, and there won't be any edge to what it's able to make. And that applies to, let's see how we're doing here. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, very nice, very nice. I'm kind of liking where this is heading. I've got a sort of organic shape here, but I've also got a flat filled in area. Whee. We're going to need more filled in areas than that. I feel like I should be able to work out how to do that kind of research style work, because the issue with AI creation, the one that I like to turn to is a thing called Diffusion B, which is just a very convenient to use Mac product. It is a application that's very approachable as far as Mac users are concerned, because you don't have to do a bunch of complicated stuff with it. It's just like, yep, here's the program, run it and go, do your thing. And I've done surprisingly little with that, other than I've always spent a lot of time trying to use the AI art generator to produce album covers. And I think the reason that proves interesting, I feel chilly. I would like to throw another log on my fire. The reason I would like to, here, let me go and do exactly that. Be right back. I'm just over here now. This firewood is holding on fairly well, but I need to use my oil furnace for a lot of the heating as well. Like, if I was only on the firewood, I'm not sure I would have enough to get through the winter. And that is, oh God, a concern. Smoke coming up here. So this should start up. How are you doing with that? Come on, there you go. There you go. Fire, fire, let there be fire. That might take a little while to get going, but it will go. So I will keep the camera this way so that I can kind of see it in the background there. And we're going to go from there because we have a little more in the way of wood, earth moving to do. At some point I'm probably going to have to go and get another shovel. But I don't think we're quite there yet. I probably will not use this shovel up completely until I'm ready for it to be used up completely. Gotta remember to keep picking up the dirt because I'm going to be needing it. remembering this is, of course, Snowball, so I don't really need the dirt. I can duplicate up a bunch of stacks just by using the mechanisms of Snowball Madness, but in theory, I will need them. Got that area filled in. I need to fill in the pit down here where a bunch of stuff lies, and so maybe this is a fine time for me to start moving some of these things. Like, good luck, zombie. You're not going to be able to do anything with that. So let's see whether I can carry a bunch of stuff up. At some point I will get access to these chests, and that's what I really need for doing any of this. So we're gonna work through stuff until we start hitting chest. That gas tier will allow me to spawn ghasts like literally in this space, and that'll be amusing. Maybe I'll use it to make more gas tiers. I believe we can do some cool potions that way. I kind of forget a little tiny bit, but haha, got there. Boop, 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 boopity boop. There's a bunch of stuff, and let's go and get a bunch more stuff before it despawns, which I'm sure it's not going to despawn that soon. More dirt. Very good. Bunch of stone and andesite and such like. We've got actually quite a lot of glass too. And we're still not even close to done with picking up all the resources, although it's coming on nighttime. That. What the heck? Let's just dump a bunch of stuff in. And last little bit of stuff before I run back up. There we are. That was everything. I will eat. One thing at a time. I will use granite and andesite to fill in the under area. Also, that is now going fine, so let's put the damper on. There we go. Lovely. Just for fun, let's play with ghasts. Well, that was quick. That made a hole. I gotta start looking up what gas tiers mean. Oh! It is a hole that's on fire. Huh. Alrighty. They'd blow up my glass pretty good. Maybe I shouldn't be making those things here. produce a gas, and then obliterate it. Assembly line. We have very good bows and arrows here. Okay, now I have 5 gas tiers. I am definitely trying to think of what the potion was that uses them. Maybe it's available in my inventory book? No, it's not going to be available there, is it? Yeah, that's not even a thing. Okay, let's put those away. Put them apples away. My weird book. My Crafty Man book. There. And let's start. Yeah, we use coal ore as well. We got some gravel. Time to fill in under here. Underwear? It's too warm for underwear. That's the old pogo joke. Got a bunch of andesite. We got a bunch of granite. I'm not actually going to be able to replicate what's in here, but I can at least fill in pretty effectively if I try. Actually, some of this should also be glass, so I better go and get some of that glass. I probably can't make it exactly right, but I would like to at least have some pretense of right for undoing what I've done over here. I wonder how close it's going to look to what's actually supposed to be there. I can see I need to place a little bit here. I know I didn't do much over here. Let's call that good enough. And we have dirt sneaking in from here. And all up in here. Oh, hang on. Wait a tick, maybe I want to use this for building. It's a little colorful after all. And it's already looking so that I can fill the rest of it in with dirt, and that would make sense. So we'll call it that. We got a few of these. We didn't do any of those. We didn't do any of these. Now there's a whole bunch of dirt, and let's fill. This stuff, we don't actually care if it develops grass because it's just going to go away again. That said, I can still do it in a methodical way. It'll maybe continue to look nice during the brief little moments before I cover it up again. But we are not working to have this stuff green and growable. On the contrary, it's backfill. I was looking at backfill just the other day because I was watching an old Mythbusters episode. Oh, missed a spot. And it was the kind of thing. I think I'm watching through some of the Mythbusters stuff, and I think I caught them on a bad season. So what I mean by that is it's like season 6, if I remember correctly. And this seems to be a season where they dove extra hard into fan service, which is all well and good, but it's also kind of lame. Like there's like gratifying positive things. Like this is the season where they had President Obama asking them to revisit Archimedes' death ray. Although, interestingly enough, this is a testament to how some people in politics are clever at getting what they want. Obama called it Archimedes' solar ray, knowing that the show called it Archimedes' death ray. And in fact, that's the name of the invention as they were pursuing it. But Obama's purpose of getting involved in the show, asking them for a thing, seeing if he could get the Mythbusters to retackle a new thing, and allowing them, it's going to be night shortly, allowing them into the White House library and all of that kind of stuff. All of that was for the purpose of President Obama seeing solar on television. It was all so that he could say, on a primetime television show that was very popular, solar. He did not say death ray. He called it solar ray, even though that was not the name of the episode, because what he was doing was trying to get Americans who were interested in science to think about solar as part of what they were doing, get their minds going. The possibility of somebody thinking of some cool solar thing that was not, made in China, but was actually going to be an American invention was worth it, and that's one of the ways you go about doing stuff like that. So that thing that happened in this particular season was, I thought, very cool. That he got involved and And they had this thing going on where next thing you know, they are, in the White House. And it was interesting to see those guys dealing with it as well, because, like, Heinemann is not necessarily impressed with any of that. Heinemann thinks he could be president better than any given president, most likely. Savage was starstruck, clearly. But as the end result, they were using their tendency during that season to get caught up in fan service, and both using it and getting used by it for good. Some of the other stuff that they did that season, more dubious, more questionable. In particular, one episode that I saw, which is why I was talking about earth-moving machinery, was their Green Hornet, and it was a deeply pathetic episode because there was no science or experimentation in any of it. They had, I guess Seth Rogen is the guy. I kept trying to remember, who am I supposed to know that from? That's supposed to be familiar name to me, but I'm not really placing him very well. And the whole thing there was they did this movie, which didn't end up being, that's not one of the big superhero movies, Green Hornet. For whatever reason. I mean, it's maybe it's a perfectly fine idea for a movie, but it, to my knowledge, didn't really take off. And all of the stuff that they were doing with it was pretty much deeply pathetic, dumb ideas. Can you have these guys in a car and then blow up the car with explosives? We all like explosives, right? In such a way that there's a bulldozer sitting on top of all the explosives, and the bulldozer goes whee and flies through the air, and then the guys survive the blast and find their way out of the car again afterwards. And so there were many questions, but they were all incredibly dumb questions. Nobody seriously wondered whether these guys that were in a car being blown up by high explosives were going to be okay, even if that was what they did in the movie. It was pure, excruciating nonsense, and there was no chance that any of it was actually going to be true, except for that they had to pretend as if they did. And the one that I liked best in that show was doubtless Carrie Byron, because her chemistry with this Seth Rogen, I don't know if it's true, but it felt to me as if she was barely putting up with this nonsense. And it was just amusing to me. I was like, yeah, I feel that. That is how I feel about the situation as well. This is not actually Mythbusters anymore because there is too much in the way of nonsense here. And you can't seriously believe that any of these things need to be tested. They are not being tested. They're just blowing stuff up or smashing and crashing things for the purposes of doing that on television. And again, that's all well and good, but that's not really the premise of the show. The premise of the show in theory is, oh, hey, we're doing experiments. This is science. And so the bit where, Barack Obama is asking them to do the Archimedes solar ray rather than death ray, that's a lot closer to what that show is meant to be about. But they kept going in the direction. This never really stopped because it's a show for television. Havelcomus. But it would keep going in this direction of unmitigated nonsense. And I think that's one of the reasons they eventually grew tired and stopped. That show stopped being put on, in part, I think, because the pressures for being able to produce the show required such a level of unmitigated nonsense so often that some of the fun goes out of it. It's like they're not really trying new things. And the extent to which they have to pretend that they are, it depends. Some of them might be better at faking that than others. But it's really not the principle of the thing. Something's lost when it becomes that. When it becomes, we're going to blow things up and call that a myth confirmed or busted. It's not really what they were ever about. Anyways, that's what earth-moving machinery made me think of. Filling in all of this dirt, which I'm doing in Minecraft, got me thinking about that, which I have recently seen. It's interesting how all of that relates to what I do as well, because I am doing experiments in the plugin making and stuff, because it is in such a way where I don't necessarily know what's going to happen when I do new things. Like, I try new things and they have effects that I sometimes expect to happen, and then sometimes I really don't expect things to do certain things. Like, I recently went through and redid a short bus, and in the process of doing that, I learned both that I can make a thing that either accentuates or diminishes asymmetrical content, and then that I can effectively use that as like a high-pass filter, but it's an unusual sort of high-pass filter. I can either accentuate lower frequency content, or I can cut it back in a way that filters don't necessarily do. And I started thinking about it and going, wait a minute, this might be what I need for plate reverb algorithms. Because the plate reverbs absorb low frequency in a kind of special way. And trying to make them do their thing might involve not simply doing the filter, but what is this mechanically doing to the plate as it vibrates? Is there a way that I can get in there and do an algorithm that's going to mess with the plate that I'm pretending is there in such a way that it's producing sounds akin to what I get out of a plate that's being manipulated by an adjacent solid panel? That being what the plate damper does. I've got a control on the K plates, which is just purely the amount of feedback going in. It's not really doing any kind of physical modeling. But if I apply this thing that I'm getting out of short bus in such a way that it's acting like a kind of physical modeling I don't otherwise have access to, I might be able to get to a whole new level of realism with plate simulation. And yet there's nothing to say, oh yeah, you do this and then it produces a plate emulation. That's me experimenting and trying to observe. And part of that is like using my own ear for it. Here, let me get the fire going a little more enthusiastically. That being the same ear that I use to try to listen to things like emulations of big analog consoles or mixing systems that do better than the digital mix bus. In a world where plenty of people have no problem with the digital mix bus and think it is in fact better than anything that you used to be able to get. So science for me is not necessarily doing what everybody is going to agree with. It can be a lot about, let's see if we can mow the lawn a little bit. I do have lawn mowing snowball facilities. I'm just not using them right at the moment. That said, I could also use bone meal and just grow new stuff, but I am clearing this out anyways. Oh hey, here's another area that I can fill in. We will end up with rows of crops in here, I bet. I bet I'm going to end up planting crops. Not quite sure which kind yet, but I bet that's what I'm going to end up doing. Or just patterns of flowers or something, I don't know. Fences to keep in livestock. I do have livestock that lives here. Okay, and oh hi, we're going to need to fill in that, aren't we? Just like Manhattan, the bedrock is very close to the surface. You know, if I take this edge off and then fill it in, the stone area will be more visible and obvious, and maybe that might be nice. Let's give it a try. I feel you. That is a relatable observation. That's one of the things I find most intimidating. I would like to do music in the sense of songs and things with singing and vocals and all of that kind of stuff, and I find it very intimidating because it's damn hard to, well, first of all, you can't live up to the quality levels of modern music performance because it's essentially completely fake and has been for ages. And yet the fakeosity of it is one of the things where, don't mind me, I was just distracted by the idea of what can I do to make stone brick stairs. Well, for one, I can harvest up all the stone brick and then start making it into stairs. That would be good. I think that would be an appropriate thing to do with this entire platform. Let's put away some of our spare stuff and resume with that concept. Dirt. Some flowers. Things like that. And then grab up all of the stone. And let's make it all into stone brick and stuff. And also I need to place one of these so that I can do this work. Does that make it? Sure does. Then lots of stone brick stairs. And now, while this pick holds out, oh, this place is looking nicer and nicer as it goes. I'm actually pretty satisfied with this reinventing of it. Let's trot along. Don't need to fill in this time with dirt because it's all going to become stone brick stairs. Be able to step up onto this ledge more easily. Interestingly, you can gaze down over here. Beautiful. Then I can start making walls and stuff out of it. Is that my take on the Vegas Fair? Kinda. This is the thing I was going on about in previous Minecraft streams, where we were trying desperately to find a chainmail helmet, because Snowball Madness lets you create weird structures like cylinders and spheres based on different kinds of like effect, as it were. Namely, if you have a pants, no, it's a chest plate actually, a chest plate over a snowball and then some kind of item over that, whether it be a solid block or even apparently just air, it will make a titanic thing. In this case, it was a titanic sphere, which is several blocks thick, out of whatever that substance is. So I made with a single snowball, it made all of this, which is also another reason why not to get spammy with it, because you just crash the server. If you fire off a bunch of these, the server just falls over trying to do all this. It's also very messy if you do this using the air without anything above the helmet. But yeah, the whole purpose of the chainmail helmet was to make this possible. To go and get the capacity to make the titanic glass sphere, which goes into the earth, by the way. It goes right through and penetrates underground, which you can see from the other side. Go over here, and you can kind of see down under there a little bit. But yeah, this is the arcology. Clouds go through it rather than into it. Also, I'm toying with the idea of making a little tunnel extending into the hill, and that could be the entranceway. So you have to come in through this stuff. Have not quite decided, but we're getting there. One thing I have decided is, as soon as it is daytime, I know, let's move these things over here, or at least some of them. Temporary placement of bed over here. What's it coming? I'm not going to break the chest actually, but I am going to dig and fill in under it. This is all becoming stone brick. Kind of like if it was a Italian piazza that had like bricks on the ground or something like that. I should be able to make it look nicely that way. So let's see what we get. I know that this is all stone, so this will all convert into stone brick quite nicely. I won't even use up any of the stuff that I've already placed. We'll leave those chests floating in the air for just a little bit longer. You know, the regrettable thing is I don't think you can do stone brick half slabs, although I'll be amused to find out. We'll give it a try in a minute. I think the stove is doing well enough again that I can put the damper on. Right now I'm looking at this sort of plaza area is going to be all stone brick for starters, and that might also describe the build style, although I could also go and find like some clay and go through the process of making literal red brick or anything else. Like the grass was just me kind of going and making a bunch of grass, honestly. I was flattening it out and it was dirt, and I haven't really had any more effective ideas than, yeah, let's make it a nice lawn. Hey, Manu. Manu has showed up for the last, let's see, 3 hours of the stream. Cool beans. Let us go through and begin placing a bunch of blocks. Because I feel like this will look nice as a sort of ground surface, even though it might be considered a building buildings out of surface. It's a good castle-y looking thing, but I think it also makes for a good ground. Oh, Manu. Fall down and go boom. I think I hear the wood stove cranking up behind me. Pretty sure. Yep, I took the No, I put the damper on, so what it's doing is it's anti-cranking up. It's cranking down. To me, the fun thing about this kind of mega build is the degree to which it can be sort of like a personal sphere. I mean, it's literally a sphere. But also, if you're going to build big things in Minecraft, what a nice starting place to be like, hey, here is my gigantic, perfect mathematical sphere without any building involved or any resource gathering involved. And now what do I do to go around and make that be a functional place that's like a thing? I mean, one of the things that I can do is go through and just blanken it. It's kind of like spiraling paths. Like what I've got going on over here. There's this lower area. That could certainly be, like the paths could go around this way. I have not attempted to cut that down. I could, but I don't have to. I can build it up. There's no way that I could make it be a I can continue digging out around there so it's spiraling paths. The entire thing could be a flat area with spiraling paths, or it could be edges going up as high as I might want them. And it's all kind of up for grabs as far as what it could become. But yeah, that's kind of the, let's see now. So while we've got this here, let's place a crafting table and see whether we can make half slabs out of this stuff. We sure can. I don't think you're going to be working with the actual peak of the sphere. It's a little empty now. I have taken too much away, which maybe means I need to finish up some of the details and then go off and do another one. This is at one of the 1,000 points, being like either positive or minus 1,000, 1,000, or 1,000y, 1,000. Let's see, I've got a little tiny bit of coffee left. I should drink that now rather than waiting until later in the day. If I put lighting up there, it would never actually reach down. It's too high up to be able to reach down. Now, let me go and... So, there's our pond. So I could work on the pond anyhow. Here's 26 sand. Can put some of this stuff away, probably. I don't actually have a bucket, so if I need to fill things in, I need to fill them in that, like, Minecraft style way. And that ain't it. However, I bet you I can fill in some of the middle areas, if I'm not mistaken. See, got one. Oh, menu. We can fill in some of the middle spots. Like this. Or that. means I can expand this pretty much at will. I don't want it to be too even. Oh, getting over towards bedtime again. Hang on. Hang on. Looking good. Let's see whether we can do that. Yep, we can. So we're going to make a cute little pond in here. It's one of the 1,000 by 1,000 places. That is all I'm going to tell you for now. I've got a bathing sheep. Look at that bathing sheep. Sheep dip. I'll tell you what else I've got. I think I've got a need to generate more. Oh yeah, especially if I want to go in under here. I'm going to want to generate more sand. I'm going to need to do sand in the snowball way. There ain't nothing to it but to do it. I do actually have zombie flesh, so we can make this happen. It's just going to be a little cumbersome. And that is because I'm at such a high level that I'm going to get psycho baby zombies when I do this. And so that's going to be kind of unpleasant. Let's see if I can at least do it from up here so that I can get a clear shot at them. Or maybe I could generate them in the pond. Let's see. Oh God, he's so fast. That was rather unpleasant. And if I do one from here. Oh God. Yikes. All right, well, I'll try that again. That one didn't even drop any sand. Annoying. God, these are so unbearable. That one did. Okay, that's enough nonsense for now. That is the problem with having 138 levels, like any little thing that you can do. I remember a version of Snowball where you had the ability to do explosions using the TNT, which of course we still have, but it was based on your power level. And that meant that the explosions got really bad. You ended up if you were a super high power level, it got just stupidly ridiculous, just over the top. Similarly, it kind of is a little bit like that now, honestly, but worse. Go. There we go. We're also going to do the floor of the pond. Although I could be kind of fancy and try to do the floor of the pond with stone brick or something. That is not impossible. It may also not be desirable, so maybe not worry about that. Yep, framing the lake in some sand. We're going to make a little sand oasis and keep going until I've used up all the sand. Well, that was amusing. Shovel time. One thing about it is this shovel works just as well underwater. And every time I try to make that go a step downwards, I will need to place another sand on top. Unless we don't even do that and we just have it always be this deep, so... do it like that. Place a couple of sand. Don't believe I am at the ice cream domes, no. And let's go and do a little bit more in the way of oh, I could do something amusing here. He says as he slowly drowns. Not really. I'm not really drowning. One thing I could do is have this be a very deep pond by just having it go down in steps, but it'll go down as far as I can. I kind of like the idea of that. It'll make it be a little darker as you go deeper and deeper. I'm kind of liking the idea of that. So let's see what we can do. It will involve digging into the rock, but that's fine. Yeah, not right away, it won't. Let's see how long this takes. Because we're also going to take out some of this. . See what it takes. There we go. I feel like maybe you'll take this one. Okay. So, I'm there. Got to be able to walk around the edge. Okay, I won't. This might require me making more of those horrible baby zombies. I don't know. Yeah, it's one of the 1,000 placements. This is still a pretty good amount of sand. Maybe this is going to be enough. I feel it getting darker. Oh, I feel it getting darker big time. Exactly, Focomus. Oh. Yes. I should also dig the tunnel that I was talking about, because right now there is no entrance or exit, so if Manu does find it, he doesn't have a way to get in. Oh. Signs point to bad, sir. Okay, so that was not great. Nobody did sleep, and so I ended up getting attacked by stuff, and I did not pass the night. Although if I quickly went and made a watch or clock, I'd be able to pass the night. I do not feel that I can actually, absolutely. Got there. I do have a friendly neighborhood Enderman kicking around here somewhere, but that's fine. Oh, look who dropped their enchanted bow. How good is this bow? No, it's not an enchanted bow. It's just only a bow. No, it's not the place via the other dimension. It's in the overworld, but it's at one of the 1,000 and or negative 1,000 points. And that is my puzzle for you for today. Not that I actually have to make puzzles for you. It's just where I'm at, like right at the moment. I'm going to need to take a breath. And I'm going to need to make more of these damn sand blocks, aren't I? Yes, I am. Let's see if we can do it in the pet, and if that will help. Now, is he dropping any stuff? You can certainly spawn him in there. See, I told you could get there. Please do not attack my little monster. This is my fault. This is one of those impossible to kill guys, isn't it? Well, as long as he's not an actual skelly. There we go. And with the combination of that and the other ones... That's 36. It's not actually a good enough number, so we're going to have to make a few more. Oh, for God's sake. There we go. And boop. That's a full stack. Oh. Need to do that. Oh, nor did I mean to do that. Let's see. No. Not exactly the Marianas Trench, but it's a deep hole with sand. I can make it be a little deeper. For people who are falling in from above. Also, how did you get inside? Did you get inside by busting a hole? Please go back and fix the hole. Please go back and fix the hole. It was all of the perfection until that point, so. And if you don't have any silk touch, I can give you some glass, and we'll do so. All right, so 35 should be enough. Yep, that be a hole. So let's see now. Okay, this is producing a steeper. Oh, maybe I would have given you some glass to do that with, but if you want to go off and get glass from somewhere and do it, that's just... Oh, no, there you is. Hi. I got glass for you. Here. So, it would be great if you could go and fix the hole. I admit to some fault in the way of not producing any entrance or exit yet. But that said, that is one of the things I was going to try to do. So maybe I'll accelerate that. I will see whether I can't accelerate the process of making an entrance and or exit. It's interesting. This is potentially one possible end result for the prospect of people typically wanting to do stuff or to build stuff for you. Do stuff. It's like, well, if you made a hole, then please go forth and fix the hole. Yeah, I know where you came from because I see it. Just a minute. This is me being in the process of, is you've got to have the ability to fly, yes? kind of over where I am. If you look up there, you see it. I'm not exactly sure how you're going to get through that, but it would be like, if possible, restore the blocks to what they were. It'll be visible by looking at it and seeing that the pattern is unbroken. I'm not saying that's going to be easy, mind you, but you were the one that decided to come in through the wall. So hopefully, because we can't really very well regenerate it, that would be a super destructive thing to do. And it's not saying that we haven't seen super destructive things in this particular form of Minecraft. That is also a thing. But for the time being, I'm going to focus on this right at the moment. Won't be much longer. Okay. Whatever you figure is going to work for doing it. I'm picky, but as far as like willingness to try and do the thing counts for a lot. So meanwhile, I need to go and focus on making the actual entrance so that no such behavior is ever needed again. He says very ambitiously. Like, yeah, no, that's probably going to be a very common thing. That said, I would rather it wasn't, so let me see what I can do as far as helping that scenario. There's an arrow. I'm going to maybe carry my chain hat. Yeah, man. Or you could build a new tower up there. You could build the tower of sand. I've got some sand. The beach looks nice. Cool, cool. So, diamond pickaxe away. This is a fine place to come in. I don't think I have any torches. I don't even have the ability to make any right now. Well, okay. Nor do I have a good way of making... Well, no, I could make some shears and shear those sheep. Sure, why not? Let's do that. I should be able to make a spare bed. We got a sheep over here after all. Thank you. That's enough. Okay, so let's see. Boop. This is, of course, assuming that you don't already have a bed, but in case you don't, I got that covered. I feel like I'd like to throw another log on the fire while I'm at it. I also feel I'm going to get attacked momentarily if he doesn't go and sleep. Oh yeah, that is a nearby monster, that's for damn sure. Sir? No. Okay, so shall we try this again? Oh, for heaven's sake. Again? Seriously? Well, this time you're not going to hit me, sir. This time I'm just going to zap you where you stand. Goodbye. And goodbye. You critters don't know what you're messing with, honestly. Maybe I'll wait for Manu to post zzz. Oh, no bed here and entrance missing? If you want, you can briefly log off and I'll sleep. Yeah, I mean, I made another bed, but okay, that worked. It's good. I'm in the process of making a proper entrance for exactly this reason. Should be able to go right through this hill. Oh yeah. And I am indeed able to go right through this hill. Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't usually curse like that in Minecraft, but I just got creepered. Meanies? What do these things think they're doing? I thought I'd be able to get away. Well, anyhow. This is a fine place for me to fill in some of the dirt where the creeper blew up. Meanwhile, I hear bad attitude from over there, and I don't like it. Not you, I mean the zombie. Let's do some more of our terraforming. We can make a landing platform. I hear skellies, I hear all kinds of badness. Pho. I see a burning zombie. Ha, suffer. I'll make it easy on you. There you go. Oh, there he was. Okay, so now we have a proper entrance. I'm going to make it nice. I'm going to work on making it a little prettier, but that is a way of getting in without breaking the thing. Now, I may need to go and attempt to fix the glass myself. If so, that's all well and good. If you want to try to do it for me, you're still quite welcome to. I just figure, like, if that's difficult, then I can kick in and facilitate. I am going to want to stone break all of this up. And we probably don't need... And I still have glass, yes? I think I still have the glass I was giving you. That's odd. And I've got a stack of sand. Well, let me give it a try. Moo. That is another thing that must be fixed. over there. Oh, the spider's going to try and fix it. How helpful. Look at that. That's super cooperative. I think you need to knock me off of the noob pillar. That would be very helpful. However, stone will be more durable. And then as long as I can figure out what the hey I'm doing. You know, Spider, I know you want to help. I sympathize with you wanting to help, but this is actually kind of hard to do. I sort of see where it is. I can probably continue this over here. And I think maybe I can kind of almost see where it is. I'm going to run out of stone, so I'm going to have to use dirt, but that'll be easier to clean up anyway. I can almost see it. See, there is a spot, and if I zoom in here, this is a space from the outside, so this part gets filled in. This part does not. It's only going to be 2 deep, I think. It is going to be solid, I know that. And now we find out whether that is a satisfactory solution. Quite a ways down. Hey boy. Well, I don't know if it is yet. I'm not really quite sure whether that worked, but we'll see. It was at least a good hard try. I'm going to have a look myself and see whether... Oh, I love it. That's one way to do it. That said, I do know how I can do this. I can switch to this snowball and then grind away at this by hitting it with the snowball, and then I'll be able to fly away and leave that behind. Well, if it's not perfect, it's good enough to not be obvious. Cool. Cool, cool. And then we got a random spider way the heck up there. And then I've got a few more. And those can go here. Because we have a real entrance now. Honestly, I don't know how it got this messy. No. And I'm going to need another glass. I think I've got them though. Which does not mean take it from the wonderful pristine spherical place. I mean take it from here and put it over here. Oh, did you try attacking me, spider, and then come to a sticky end? So I do have 2 beds here at the moment. I did that. I probably don't need to say this. But I will anyway. There we go. Alrighty. So next thing, I am carrying a stone brick. Good. That seems like a good idea. So maybe what would be nice is a little sort of archway. Because I can make a little sort of archway. See, that would be a way of getting some. Oops. The man said, oops. I know what I done when I said oops. What are you doing saying oops there? It's actually not good to recite Bill Cosby routines. Questionable. Sometimes people who are the funniest or cleverest are also the most damaged. Is all I'm going to say about that. So let's see. This tree doesn't actually need to be here. This is a normal sized tree. It can kind of despawn. And then the bigger ones can remain. And let's see. Going to put in walls that are not made of glass. And floors too, but one thing at a time. Manu, do you have any torches? Torches might actually come in handy with what's being built here. They could very easily come in handy. Oh, okay. It was a question. One thing about this stuff is that I can quite easily... See, that looks ominous. When you're coming this way, it's like, oh my god. I should leave that. I'm not sure if I'm going to, but to continue this so that it's like look down under there. I could continue this in glass so that you're walking and then you're just seeing like, oh God, the yawning abyss. Oh my God, this is floating on top of nothingness. Yeah, that's so cool that it's worth keeping. Maybe that might be a thing. And I can probably put the little palazzo stuff out here as well, because there's going to be a landing space there for people who are flying in on rocket snowballs. So yeah, at what point does this angle, like it's not going to be that, I know that much. We are kind of extending the reach of this to exaggerate the effect. Well, I can place him again. I will place him again. So 64 glass blocken. Filling in the hole completely so you can see through it rather than having additional stuff interfering. Oh, I got to knock this one out. There you go. And we'll just sort of make a ascending staircase. Oh yeah, that'll work. And then fill it all in with glass block as it goes. That will involve placing it there. And two more, and then everything else gets to be stone brick for however many of those I have left. That's cool. That's like just a little glimpse into the creepy abyss, which is what all of this floats on top of. Bingo, got there. Just extend that out a little bit, and sure enough, here's a bunch more stone brick. Boink, boink. I'll continue filling that in a moment, but I'm going to finish this. And the glorious roof. Let's see whether I can jump up on here. Sure enough, got there. And over the other direction. And got there. Cool. And I'll just continue it like that. And it's basically head height, but it's a little taller than that. I could put a point on it. .26, I bet I can finish it. Eep, wrong. Wrong. Let's try that again. And a tunnel. Emerging onto. I got some dirt on me. There we go. So now we just dig into here. Still needing those torches, but getting on towards nighttime. I think it's getting on also towards me needing to put another log on the fire. And we're about an hour out from thawing out food for dinner. All in all, this is not the most stressful day, thankfully. Some of those days, like the learning new things in Godot, did end up being pretty stressful. This is not so much stressful unless me very good. Unless me sleeping gets attacked by a monster, but I did not. Over to wood stove. Yes. I am not really feeling the how cold it is, but I know that this is a bit of a cold snap. So let's see. Oh, I see. I can put a little bit more in here and have it look pretty natural. There, that's nice. Oh, you know what? Stairs go more than one direction. I can do a bit of a stair feature like this. And it makes it look kind of like it was meant to be this way. But we can even do more than that, can't we? Oh, hang on, that's not right, is it? What am I doing? Well, I can make it twice as wide. That's some interest. I thought I was going to be able to place it in the middle, but that is still some interesting geometry there. I do not believe I have such a thing. I am not very meme-oriented. That generally tends to be a kind of thing that, oh, I have placed a block improperly. I would struggle to try to think of what that would even mean. Which is not to say that struggling is bad. It's like, that's fine. If I don't know how to do that, or if I don't know how to answer that, then whatever. But it's certainly a kind of question that I'm ill-equipped to answer. Most of my experiences with people who were very expert in that kind of thing have been pretty negative too. However, I should put a caveat on that, because it could as easily mean like, what did your mom post on Facebook that seemed funny? That counts as memes too. I think one more. Do I have enough stone brick? Yes, I do. Oh, I've got plenty. I've got more than I knew that I had. If I wanted to be really enthusiastic, I could put a fence around this for people who are coming in for a landing. But this would be the entry pad for, do I have the ability to make a sign? Maybe I could put a sign up. Or a couple of signs across this front edge. That might be cool. Now that we're not playing a game with it, x1000 by z minus 1000. My thinking is anybody who would like to do this, find a 1000 by 1000 spot, and that would be 4 of them around spawn, plus however many others we decide to make. And those can be the locations for these giant sphere things, whatever they choose to be. I'm pretty comfortable with that. Like the other base that was built was like going 4,000 by 4,000 away and then doing very destructive things. This is a good way to find like stuff that people might want to build or do. It seems like a pretty decent way of going about that. So let's see. I've got a bunch of oak wood planks, and I can put away some of this stuff now, I think. Might as well hang on to a bit of zombie flesh, but this is not really a good time to use it. And I would like to make, I might as well hang on to the shears as well. I would like to make some signs and label this. Let's see, so positive Z. We're in positive X and negative C. So going back the other way, means, yes, going back to spawn involves going this direction. So this we will call northeast outpost. and I've had some fun developing it and may return and do more with it, or I might just see what happens with it. But there is room for further things to be done here, which I may very well do. Or I can just go and make another giant sphere at another point. But let's see. I was looking to make some signs. 3 ought to do it. Where do they get placed if I place them here? Oh, okay, that's nice. And that represents the spot that I am standing. Northeast outpost, X1024 by Z minus 1038. So the 1000 point is more or less what the sphere is centered on. Oh, how the music works in Minecraft by the game just plays stuff now and then. It's possible to go in and replace that with your own music by replacing the right resource files. I wonder whether I would like to expand on this somehow. What can I do here? I can make just a few more of these stairs. Oh, have I placed it? Yeah, I put it elsewhere in the chest. Sometimes I do that. Let's make 8 of the stone brick stairs. And then put them here where you can see through this area a little bit. Well, maybe leaving... Well, I can also grab some glass and then just work on this as it goes. Let's also make a few more of the stairs. I have a feeling I can think of a cool thing to do with stairs here. Let's see if we can do a cool thing. Up and night comes. I'm going to bring the purple bed with me because I'm kind of relinquishing the place a little bit, having done the stuff that I would like. Let's see if Manu can sleep. Here comes that music. If Manu was coming back here, I'm short one bed, so that's maybe not great. Also, if Manu is not sleeping, then I'm going to be in trouble shortly because something will spawn and attack me. Probably a zombie. Those can attack from farther away. So let's see. I see no sign of sleeping happening, so I'm going to wait for a sleep indication from elsewhere. And we're just going to start to do this work. There's my stairs. Oh, I'm going to need to place something here, I bet. Let's have another try. I suppose I could do a bunch of Z's and then exclamation points. That would be getting a little bit pointed. I could add a Z each time. That could be a thing. And not really getting there, are we? Well, if we can't do that, we'll do this. No. Oh, are you not gonna? Yes, you can. Okay, try a little harder then. That one was fine. This one doesn't want to. How tiresome. Okay, how about farther over here? And there we go. And then does it stay when I remove this? Yes, it does. Good. Now you get a little bit of a glimpse into the great mystery. Even more so from the sides. Okay. A little target practice. And then third time's the charm. I'm going to make a little pyramid if I keep going with that. Not seeing a lot of action out of this sleep suggestion, I'm saying. Maybe Manu is off making giant spheres and all the other points. I do think one of the next ones I would like to make is one of the giant pits of doom. So this is not going super well, and I also can't, I mean, I could leave the game, but I can't actually go on a bathroom break under these circumstances because it's just a recipe for getting your butt killed. So not so much. Hi. You're not welcome in this house. Zombie. They do manage to find you. Okay, well I can pick up some creeper mess. Get a little more gunpowder, not that I really need it. I can take the point off of this. I can tell that would be better. Oh no, my ceiling. No, that's just clouds coming through. Well, if I hang out long enough, it'll be dawn. Or if I go and mine and get some gold and make a clock, I can make it be dawn anytime I want. Or probably if I killed an Enderman and got its ender pearl and made a ender chest out of some obsidian, which I then mined for, then it would be able to get a clock and then make the time pass that way. I gotta wonder where Manu is at. I don't see any death notices, so can't be AFK. Well, here's one thing that I could do is measure. That's something I could absolutely do. Ooh, and also I could put a point on that. That might be fun. Oh, there he was. I had better put down the second bed then. Up. Too late. I shall defend you. There we go. Alrighty. We passed the night. Got there. Took a bit. So one of the things I was thinking of was, since I have the ability to fly and all, let's measure the positions of some of these things. I'm going to grab a piece of paper to write with. I would like to know how high up off the ground I would need to go if I wanted to make one of these spheres that just touched the ground, or indeed hovered over the ground. That would be wild. So that side is 1025 by minus 1027. So if I fly over to the adjacent wall like this, I'm at 1025 by minus 907. So the total radius of this, and it's going to be making it at the point of impact, surrounding the point of impact, which is why it goes into the ground. I went up into the air in order to make this. We are at 120 or around 127, so 120 block. So in theory, pillaring up 60 blocks and then firing would cause one of these that goes down and intersects the ground. And I'm at 89 high, so let's fly up to the top. 158, 159, and then down we go into the, well, attempting to go into the water. Oh no! Oh Manu! I did not even notice Manu cratering, and yet that is such a crater. Did you get creepered? What the hey? Okay, well your stuff is still here. Come on back. Yep, it's over there. We've got plenty of, oh my goodness, it's Christmas, Manu. Right over there. There you go. So let's see, 150 it was it? 158. That's about 89. So we got about, yeah, the math kind of checks out. These are like 120 by 120 block spheres. Do I have dirt on me? I'll get some. Got lots of dirt. I'll clean up the mess. So it's roughly 60, I'm going to guess like 64. I think it's a 127 by 127. So 127 across or something like that. I spent all day doing this. There's no problem to do a little bit more. This is what we do when we make a big divot. You fill it in. And then the grass grows over it. I have known people to fill in the divots with like a thin layer of dirt over the top, which is not the way I think that having a solid fill is actually a good thing. Oh, for heaven's sake. Okay, buddy. You and you are not welcome in here. One of you blew up Manu and made a divot. It's no good. Maybe I'll hang around on guard. I don't know where those even came from. It's like past dawn by now. I'm scouring the place for more bad guys. Dum-dum. We're on the hunt. On the hunt for bad guys. And we're doing pretty well because there aren't any right at the moment. Interesting view through that part. So another possibility might be to take like a lapis block or something, or blue glass, and do a giant space over the ocean somewhere. But I think this is a nice little northeast outpost. I'm pretty happy with how this worked out. I think the next thing I want to do, as long as I have these open, I'll maybe even make some notes. But I'm going to go and see what the other outposts would be if we make them. So I'm going to call it arcology. Being a big old sphere. Also, it's always possible to make an outpost in the nether. This would work just as well in the nether. You could make one out of nether brick and it would be awesome. Honestly, that would be arguably the ideal block for doing a outpost in the overworld that you meant to be good and dark. Is you could have it be made of, let's see. What do we... What would be good to place if we had to accidentally place a block? Oh, it's stone brick. Without the helmet anywhere near it either. And so when you're not high enough off the ground, we make this titanic sphere, but since you like the height, it's got to impact at 60 blocks off the surface in order to make something this big. Otherwise, the ceiling won't be as high up and the walls will be more vertical. And it'll go deep into the ground, which is cool in its own right. You could do one in water and then empty it out, or fill it with water and have it be a fishbowl. That'd be crazy. And as such, I don't have a Good enough. So northeast arcology. This be the one. And I've sort of cleaned it out and then kind of left it. Probably by the time I get back, that, well, no, if I leave, that grass will never grow in. So I feel I see something down there. Is that probably is Manu? I see you. Or is it? Let's go down some of the way. Yep. That's Manu is just sort of chilling in the middle of the space there. Okay, well, one thing about it, that will hang out long enough and the grass will grow over again, which was kind of one of the ideas. Oh, hi, I'm up here. Come out through the door. Maybe I should go over to where the door is. Do not come out by bashing a hole in the glass. Coming through here. Oh, and the sun is setting. I like the idea of having the bed there. But this is a good time to not leave just at the moment, because it would be better to... Very good, yes. Yes. Done. And I'm taking this one with me, but I'm going to see what some of the other areas would look like. So this is the northeast arcology. And as such, we fly southwest and fairly quickly get to around spawn. Or thereabouts. This counts as thereabouts. I've never really quite worked out exactly where spawn is relative to 0, 0. But it's around here somewhere. See, there's more close to 0. Here's some regular trees again. There is a brick wall. And here is our center, complete with the original arcology. The original arcology made by another player. It was not me. I am toying with the idea of doing something to use up my levels. That said, my pick and my shovel are almost goners, and I don't think these are repairable tools. So maybe it would be a good idea for me to go and get something that'll work as tools rather than something that will break. So let's see what we got. That's armor, that's not tools. There's a fresh new tool. We can put this old one because it can as easily be, we can grind that. In fact, I will go and do that right now. Maybe the shovel might be fixable. I'm sure putting it to enough use. That shovel might be fixable. But for the moment, let's grind a few of What am I doing? I just placed a brick. That's all I did. I don't think it even did anything. All right. That's more what I was thinking. That's a safe way to make these nightmare little monsters. And that should have given us some nice enchanted tools, some of which are in better shape than others. And there's a regular diamond shovel. Let's see whether the thing is repairable or not. If it is, it'll eat a lot of levels, and that's good, because I have far too many levels. Okay, 17. That's cool. I still have far too many levels. How's my armor doing? Okay, that's fine too. Honestly, I really don't need to do much more than this. And we'll throw the other diamond pick in there. Or we'll try to. Let's try to again. I'll just put the diamond pick in here. Boop. That's the one I duplicated from. I'm pretty sure it is unrepairable. And I'm going to take a moment for a, shall we say, self-care break. I've been consuming a lot of fluids. I must now release at least one. So, actually, that's a terrible thing to say. What am I saying? At least one. And back. Didn't hardly take any time at all for that. And I skipped ahead and got to defrosting some of my dinner. Let's see what time it is. Let's see whether I can lay my hands on a watch. There's a whole bunch of them. So that I can pass time if I end up caught out in the open. And now, the northeast is the arcology. Hey, Craftyman. So we're now going to fly out to the southwest, and see what's happening at 1,000 or negative 1,000 and 1,000. And I want to scope out what seems to be there, if anything. So that's part of it. Now, boom, I see it as a mesa biome or something. Maybe. Or not. Close to a mesa biome, but it's not one. There we go. Okay, so we got another jungly area. Let's just pass the time, shall we? And here is our spot for going to be on a shore. Good. I'm going to dirt pillar up first. Okay, this pillar denotes the location of southwest. So it's minus 1,000 plus 1,000. That seems like an okay location. It's nearby some nice terrain. There's a river coming through. It's nearby the mesa and forests, both regular forest and a little bit of birch forest, which leads to some spiky hills over here. So all in all, this is a nice enough little location. I feel like I should go and get some more dirt. I don't actually have a very good way of getting more dirt, but I should. So maybe a sand pillar might be good. I could just grind it though. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and there's still a pillar. Oh, a spoopy. We got a spooky cave over here where this one is. And another spooky cave. Okay. Let's grind up some dirt blocks in the most unpleasant way. That gives me 8. Now I've got a total of 32. We're going to get a full stack in a moment. The amount of power I'm laboring under is unreasonable. As such, it's very cumbersome grinding things unless I have the advantage of water. There's the full stack. Let's make more. More full stacks, please. We'll just cross the water each time. And the little dude can get a running start and go flying across the water if I'm not careful. Like he can do this. See how far he got? It is most uncomfortable dealing with spawns of this intensity, but I don't think I have to anymore. At least I don't if I set this to clock rather than rotten flesh. And I can noob tower up from here. With a little bit better aim anyway. So this represents another one of the cardinal points. And this is what this area looks like if it should be used for a titanic sphere. Honestly, you could do a titanic sphere around just this little area, and it would be kind of neat. Alrighty. So then, northeast was what I was initially doing, so this will take me back to Spawnish. Or thereabouts. So that was southwest. Boop. And this is apparently a tiny little arcology. I don't even remember where this one came from. I think I made it though. It's a tiny little glass sphere. I've seen this before though. So southwest. Forest, plains. And a view of Mesa, even if it was not literally in Mesa. And here he is. So now we're going to try southeast, which is actually a little bit closer to and that's plus both. And that's far enough. Oh God, let's not turn to food while falling. I need to have this selected for when I do fall. There we go. And bam. Oh, it was water anyway. Oh, snowballs. Snowballs. I see something that can be legitimately called snowballs, so we literally have already got this. It's just not the full size, it's a smaller size. I've seen this kind of thing before. Oh God. They go up so far. What happens when you get to the top? Okay, you cannot make any higher than this. Wow. Alrighty, so southeast, the point is for snowballs. And lots of them. They're not the full size, but they are a build. So this has been used. This has been created. Remembering, of course, that if 1000 by 1000 is too far over, we can always go to the 2000 by 2000 points and so on. And everything can have its little locations, and there will be room for new stuff. Oh, time to eat. So we cannot go up to 256. 256 is the build limit. Height limit for building is 256 blocks. Which means that about 130 hang on a second, we're going to make it be daytime. So shooting one of the Titanic ones at a spot at 130 or so will stop it from intersecting the build limit, and the roof will still be there. Hang on. I'm not sure if I'm figuring this out right. That said, this is still cool, so oh, I hear a monster. I do not want to be attacked, and I'm being attacked. I feel very attacked right now. I was also trying not to yeet myself off of the surface of the place and fall to my doom. Dangerous places, these snowballs. This must have stalled the server big time when they were being created. Gotta love mega builds, man. Mega builds are too fun. I wonder if they're these can't possibly be the chainmail one. These got to be diamond helmet snowballs because they're just not big enough to be the full on. I mean, they're pretty full on, don't get me wrong. Yep, snow. Snow. The snow goes so far above the clouds. You can't possibly see all of this. And I think I see flowers on the ground, which I can reach safely by doing this. Pip. So, sheep sleeping peacefully in the shadow of the infinite pile of snowballs. Yep, that's what lives in the southeast. And they sure cover the area, don't they? I wonder if anything was to be done with these. It's a little spammy just having them be there. Like you can't even see all of them. Oop. They cover quite a bit of area. But yeah, like I said, you can't even see all of them because they're just kind of everywhere. And I don't believe anything is being done with any of them. Is that a... Nope, that's just snow. I thought maybe something had been done with this one. Well, you can kind of see inside it until the wall comes back. Or, oh no, you can see inside it because it's been carved out by Snowball. That would be a case of pickaxe Snowball. Blanking this right out. Or somebody came in and did it manually, but I doubt that. Or somebody blew it up. That's also a possibility. Oh, and it's right on top of a village. Poor unfortunate village. I wonder if any of the village is encapsulated in Snowball. This part of it is. Have we got any villagers like literally inside here? Well, if they were, they got eaten by zombies immediately. So never mind that. There's just more Snowball in here. This is a terrible, terrible place. Full of snowballs. Let's go back out. Well, I sure got a lot of snowballs out of that. Refreshed and topped up everything. Throw them away and move on. I'd better get out of here before the zombies eat those villagers. We'll continue going in this direction where all of this craziness is. Let's see how much more of it there is. How long does this go on? Quite a ways, I would say. Boop. And boop. Darkness in the shadow of the snowballs. Go over to this insane looking place where it's safe. That is not just an ice cream dome. That is a giant pile of mess. Okay, so that this point of the compass is yours to play with. 1,000 by 1,000. That gets to be your mess. You can make this into anything. It's really kind of too big to actually do anything with, but have at it. Okay, now what? Well, among other things, I can go back. That is not the direction of back. If I'm not careful, I'm going to... No, I'm too high. Yeah, I'm lost. I don't know which direction I'm going. But I'm going in the direction of this tree. That was easy. So let's see. I'm going in literally the wrong direction. Literally the opposite way that I would want. So let's turn around and go back. And make sure that I'm higher than 256, because otherwise I'm going to run into snowball domes. So let's come back down to ground, or whatever is there, without doing it too quickly. Very good. And that's basically spawn, isn't it? Sure is. I ended up right at home. So let's see. So northeast is negative and positive. Or is it? Northeast. No, it's going to be positive and negative. I'm just on the other side of it. Southwest is the one that I made a I made a dirt pillar because nothing is there at the moment. Now let's just go and there, that should give me some time. Southeast is positive and positive. So the opposite of that is going to be northwest, and that's the only one I haven't actually inspected yet. So time to fly and see what there is to see in the great northwest. I've actually been there. That's where I was visiting somebody. With a bit of luck, it'll be a little simpler in Minecraft than it was in real life. 300. There's 1,000. 950. 1,000 and 1,000. And now let's just find where the actual compass point is. Looks like this is going the right direction. We'll make another dirt pillar. And we'll see what lives here. Some pretty cool terrain. This is more birch forest, so this is very bumpy terrain. I will fly up and have a look at it. Up, and there is my 1000 point. So it's going to be in this direction through this incredibly dense birch forest. There's the block. You gotta chop our way through a tree to get to this one. Oh, interesting. We got a lot of very tricky terrain here. We've got a big old hole. Yeah. There's a thing. So this has not been, nothing's been built here. Hey, Nika. Join in now before going to bed. Yeah, everybody that ever hangs out with me on stream seems to be European. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, I see an area over there, although I'm not really quite sure what it's for. Yeah, it is a very 80s album, that one is. So here we have an area with a bunch of wild terrain. Like this is just kind of a pit in the ground. I wonder if it leads to, is that a cave or is that just more terrain? No, it's just a passage through which you can go to get to somewhere else. This is very bumpy terrain. It's got a whole bunch of birch forest going on. So that tower is the 1000 by 1000 point, or negative 1000 by negative 1000 point. We've got a nice little river here, which is not actually loading much. Certainly not enough to tell whether it's an ocean or not. Looks to be not. So there's our 1000 by 1000 point. And there's just a bunch of rather uncooperative terrain. So there are a number of possibilities. Yeah, that's one of the things. You can get a sense of space by having a lot of high frequency detail going on. The trouble is that tends to work against depth. And of course, like warmth, richness, that kind of stuff. That kind of stuff tends to require a more organic kind of sound than you get with a lot of highs everywhere. Yeah, so this 1000 by 1000 this is an area where something could be built. That said, it's a It's not the most inspiring area, so it makes you wonder whether this would be a place that could be creatively destroyed in order to make another giant sphere or something like that. There's a number of ways to go about doing that too. We could make that happen. Right now, I'm not going to jump to that conclusion. It's 4:15, so I'm going to spend another 45 or so minutes derping around here. Dense jungle, I'm going to call it. I'm also going to make a little note that the snowball area is constructed by Manu, and that our ecology area was at least initially constructed by me. And then we've got two areas that have nothing happening in them. And I've got noob pillars in them. And I could go around exploring a little bit more. Going to northwest, right? So if I continue, I will get to 2000 by 2000, and I'll see what the 2000 by 2000 area looks like. Because we will get to new terrains and things that way. And what with the snowball transporting me around, it happens pretty quickly. I'm almost literally right there. I just have a long way down to go. Or not. Power dive! Up. And water. Man, firing up hardly did anything. That will get me to 2000, and then this will get me to... Oh, hang on. I overshot. It is this block. More noob towering. Oh, hey, I got a clear shot at it. So here's how this is working. If there is a noob tower with nothing associated with it, that means that it's an accessible compass point where anybody who would like to make a mega build or something like that, knock yourself out, go right ahead. And here's a interesting little place. Look, we've got a ravine. We've got some nearby mountains. And a bunch of just forest. So that's kind of cool. I've almost used up all of my dirt, but I can get more. Let's fly over to this area. This is a good mountain peak for 112. Question is, when you ascend the very good mountain peak, does it take you to a place where you can see the new pillar that I just made, and henceforth any kind of megastructure that's also made in that area? Because this is a pretty good mountain peak. Signs point to yes. Yes, you can. Okay. And we've got a meanie attacking me. Oh, Manu. Oh, dear. So this is a very good mountain peak with a very good view of whatever nonsense might be made over here. And that could be a very big deal. You could have a giant orb of glowstone, for instance. And when I say giant, I mean giant. We could have the nether brick Death Star. That's kind of an appealing prospect, right? Who doesn't want another brick Death Star? Then the only problem becomes like putting in the internal floors, which you can do with the nether brick half slabs, and lighting it so that it's just not a giant nest of monsters, but it could live here. So we're going to make a couple of more notes. I'm going to call that NW2. I'm scoping all these out in case I discover anything that would be really cool to build in. Hey, you're quite welcome. Funnily enough, I find ResiQ to be my ideal tool for certain kinds of vocals, but you have to know that what the heck you're doing. You don't want to be hearing it directly, and you need to use it to single out sonority and loudness. And the sound of loudness is something that ResiQ 2 and or Console MC, which uses it, can do a very good job with. So yeah, this could be a place for a Death Star. So northwest to return would be southeast. We apparently have a tree burning down. Okay. That's fine. This is a nice little area. Ooh, Daho. Well, I'm happy that works. Like, yes, absolutely, I'm playing Minecraft for therapeutic reasons. And that also includes the ability of everything to go horribly, terribly wrong, and that being basically okay. None of it is terribly important. And that's one of the reasons I'm doing this today in particular, because the other day I was working in the Godot engine, and I wasn't able to do calm talk while doing that because the thing is, I was trying new stuff and it was very valuable and important, but it was also very stressful. So let's go all the way through to southeast too. Although I'm going to have to be careful because... Oh no, I'm not. I'm high up in the air that I don't have to worry at all. Southeast 1 is snowballs. And if I'm not very high in the air, which I absolutely am, I'll smack right into them and blow up. So we don't need any of that, but I needn't worry because I am very, very high. I would have to be under 256 to collide with anything around about now. So nope. So we're bombing straight through as fast as possible to the 2000 point. And down we go. Just like that. And water. So is this the middle of the ocean? Or is it just an area of water? First, let's see which direction the relevant spot is. I gotta go this way to get this 2000. And I got to go across the ocean to get the other 2,000. So let's see where that is. Will there be something that is not just ocean? If it's just ocean, that also tells me something interesting. 58, 59. One of the things it tells me is I'll have to get somewhere in order to be able to place a block. Or maybe I can just noob pillar up. I do have armor that will let me breathe pretty good. Okay, the shore is visible from here, but yup, this is deep ocean. Let's do a noob pillar from this very spot and see how well my air holds out while I do that. Yeah, believe me, the software I was working with was pretty entangled. Now let's rise up out of the ocean. And I cannot actually place that there, but I'll tell you something else. One thing that could be done here is the underwater arcology. Meaning I could make a titanic glass sphere and then with great patience and determination empty out the water from inside it so that it's a underwater glass sphere filled with air and whatever else it is that I would want to build there. That could be cool as anything. It would not actually reach the shore here. Tell you what, let's... Boop. Now I can build up a little bit more. Or a lot more. I've still got some dirt. Okay. So here's the environs for this one. And it's southeast, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it would be. SE2. Strictly ocean. And it's plus 2,000, but plus 2,000. I can go check out some of those nearby islands and see what those are about. For instance, this one. It might actually even be an island so much as a landmass. That said, it looks nice. Don't know quite how big it is. I do have access to a map of all of this, so I'll probably poke around and see what's associated with these areas in slightly more detail, but without the full-on, like, going to the place kind of thing. Bye-bye, Manu-Q. Q. Crafty Man is still here. So yeah, there could be underwater sphere there. This is mostly about figuring out good places to put these ridiculous giant spheres, which are, what the hell is this? This is like a giant block of no explanation. There's no reason it should be square, it's just kind of Minecraft generation, huh? I am going to cause Dawn to come up over here. and fly off in this direction enough that I can see whether there is land. There might not be land for a while there. No. There's some land. Gosh. Spiky land. We got pointy land. And there's more pointy land over here. Big old mountains near this ocean. We got Stone Beach going on here. Stone Beach for diving into. Whee! Splash. That's some deep stuff right there. Jump off that cliff and poof, way down into the deeps. How about over here? Nope, that's the same beach. This is a cool little archipelago, complete with a pack of sheep. So this area is basically New Zealand, right? Acts like it. I've got a little more exploring to do before I'm done with the day's explorings, but we've now found a Northwest 2 with mountain and forest, and Southeast 2, which is strictly ocean. And as I go closer, which this is not, I need to go more this direction. Or do I? No, I need to go this direction and then back this way. And then back that way. I am apparently super lost. Okay, here we go. There's my 2000 point. So once things start regenerating, I should at least be able to see the noob tower that I made. One hopes. As long as I'm swimming in the right direction. Power swimming. My little outboard motor. Here's a 2000. There it is. Bam. So, spot for ocean base. Anybody wants to build a undersea, if they have a grand project and they would like to do a undersea dome, you got to get down to the bottom of the ocean and fire the snowball there. And it will probably not break the surface of the ocean, although I can find out. It needs to be 60. I don't know if that counts as 60 deep. Let's experiment a little bit and find out. So quick ocean scoping out. At 60. I think maybe it will break the surface of the ocean if we're not careful. That is a 32 at the bottom of the ocean. And then the surface of the ocean looks like it's about 60. So you'd have to place it at about 0, honestly. Otherwise, the dome will break the surface of the ocean. But that's not necessarily wrong either. Or you can simply use a smaller one. It doesn't have to be the Titano dome. Let's... Oh, missed. So from southeast 2, I'm going to go to southwest 2 maybe? And lastly, northeast 2. So let's see. So if I go from southeast 2 to southwest 2, I must be going west, clearly. Logic. We understand logic. So that means that SW is going to be minus 2,000 by plus 2,000. And then northeast is going to be plus 2,000 by minus 2,000. Remembering, of course, we can continue going out. This is just finding spaces that are not intersected by anybody else's builds in any way, shape, or form. Not that that really, I mean, this is my server, so it's like whatever, but I still care. So it's more fun to care. So let's see. Southeast to southwest. I must travel far in this direction. And I shall. I could also check just the literal compass points, particularly for the 2000s. I mean, that's a possibility. Like this would be close to south 2. Let's maybe scope it out. Down we go. Except for it's really not, because we need to how about just swim the right direction? How about that? So 0 and 2000. Water skiing. Whee! And we went straight past it, didn't we? Okay. Just a little more dirt should do it. There is our strictly direct south. S2 is strictly ocean. I don't even know if there's anything near where this is. So we are now heading to SW2, that's minus 2,000 by plus 2,000. So we're going to face west again. Apparently that made me really hungry doing that. I can relate. It's about 20 minutes to dinner. And away we go. $1,000. $1,700. 2,000. Down we go. Oh, hello. Well, first of all, dawn, please. Second of all, this is very close to this little sandbar. It's another ocean, I think. I think it's another ocean. Let's fly over here and see what it looks like. Got to go out into the ocean for that. But is it another mid-ocean? Yes, it looks like it's going to be another mid-ocean. Deep ocean, too. Splash. I don't know if I want to place markers on literally all of these. Oh, look. There's something under there. Let's get to a tiny sandbar. Here is the very tiny sandbar I'd like to get to. Ta-da. So, SW2, which I'm pretty sure that's where I just went. Yep. So if we're at SW2, then we can go to W2. Meaning I gotta go north to get there. So slowing down my journeying a little tiny bit. Honestly, it goes about equally fast either way. I do not know how I would access my plugins from within Unreal Engine. I tell you, I don't know how I would do that. Ping, ping. So here we would be roughly at north. We got more ocean, but this time we might actually have a spot on land where our point is. Or not. It's going to be that way or this way. It's going to be this way. And I believe that means this is going to be west 2. Not entirely. So towards negative x, but we're at a very negative x and nothing else. So instead that's going to be, yeah, we're going to be west 2 because we have to face east to get back to spawn. So it looks like we have some pretty cool and freaky terrain in the area. Perfectly normal trees and perfectly normal terrain. I see nothing unusual about this terrain. It's as perfectly normal as they come. Who would ever consider that there'd be anything unusual about this terrain at all? We can go through this perfectly normal terrain to this perfectly normal location. And then down into here, where there is even more perfectly normal terrain. But that said, that does not actually take us to the point in question, which I bet is going to be in water, but near perfectly normal terrain. So let's see, we're going kind of away from the perfectly normal terrain. Nope, not far. Not far, it's like right here. So this is like an outcropping leading to the correct location. Kind of what it looks like, anywho. Yeah, it's a perfectly normal outcropping, nothing unusual about this. Oh, look, there's a single grass block, which of course, no, two grass blocks then, and it's also perfectly normal in every respect. Nothing weird about any of this. So maybe on the edge of it is... What do I have blockwise? I got dirt. I'm going to want to go this way towards the perfectly normal land, and not very far this way either. There's a perfectly normal spot. I'll give you one of those back. Except for I'm one off, aren't I? Well, that'll never do. That's not perfectly normal at all. Let's see what I need to do in order to get the right spot. Gotta go one farther over here. There we are. And now that I've done this, I can use a perfectly normal method of giving myself more dirt. Namely, let's make some crazy baby zombies and force them to run towards me along the... Oh no, that's a time set. Never mind. How did I end up with beetroot seeds? See, nothing unusual about this at all. Here's a lovely, perfectly normal situation where all of these tiny, deadly zombies are racing towards me at the speed of light. If I fall off, I'm in deep trouble. Only trouble with this is that I will then have to swim to get the dirt I'm creating. Oh, little lag spike there. Now that's a perfectly normal way of getting dirt, if I ever saw one. Can I have a little bit more dirt, maybe? No, apparently I cannot. Alrighty. I need to go and chop down a tree so that I can make a sign that says perfectly normal place. There's our perfectly normal spot. Oh God, get me out of here. That was a tactical mistake and no mistake. However, we can both put the clock back and get these guys before they swim all the way over to me. I can even swim at them. And zoop down. And this time I have it set on clock rather than make more terrifying mini-zombies. This is because my power level is so high. That's all that is. Which is enabling me to change the speed of time faster. But when I do the zombies, I really can't mess around. It is deeply unsafe to grind stuff this way. But I've got all of the dirt that I need now. And I've got my perfectly normal spot marked out. So next thing is, well, is this the... This is west, yes? Yes. I'm labeling west as perfectly normal place. See? Perfectly normal place. I think I went to northeast 2 and it was like ocean or something. I forget now. No worries, whatever. So southwest. So I guess, or was I on the way to northeast 2? I think maybe I was on the way to northeast 2. Could that be it? Well, no, I can't be because I'm in west. Alrighty, so if I'm... south to west. North is the next obvious place to go, so... Or I could go east. I could go straight through spawn and back out the other side. That makes a kind of sense. A kind of demented sense. I've only got a few minutes before going off and having dinner. And this time, since I'm not grinding away and crunching on a game design thing, I'm not going to run way over time. Which is good, because all that kind of stuff, it's stressful and unpleasant, and you don't want to really do that unless you must. And you mustn't. You mustn't. So let's see. I'm as far west as possible, so I'll face east and fly. Won't be long. Straight on till morning. Wait, it is morning in Minecraft anyhow. Try aiming downwards just a little bit. Trying to keep on the beam. Through we go. And over to N2. Or no way. This is going to be East 2, isn't it? Yeah. There's East 1. Getting there. And now it's just a matter of coming down to Earth, where I'm almost on the beam. Fish. Bam. Okay, this is looking promising. Let's find where that spot is. This is going to be E2. Ooh, cool cave. And the sound of monsters. Oh, gonna want to go this way. Let's fly up onto this. Oh, went past. Here we are. Now let's get a little look at the terrain. We are in E2. What resides here that might be cool for a base or an arcology or whatever? At E2. Or E2K maybe would be a good way of describing it. Well, that's interesting. A big variety of terrains is what? Look at that. We've got this tiny little island of dark oak forest and a bunch of sort of tundra-looking places, a bunch of steep, funky stuff. What lives over here? Bunch of trees. How far does this go? It's a fine view of whatever that ends up being. This does continue on, doesn't it? One thing about this terrain is that you can travel on the top of it, rarely falling through. There's a lovely giant mushroom right there. And we've got a little bit of, well, we've got a bunch of underground lava for one thing. And we got rain. So this is a neat sort of mountain range. Mountain range has a good view of whatever lives there. Something to look at any rate. Maybe I'll call it terrain variety. How's that? One thing about it, scooting over here, none of this has actually been generated yet, so... Oh, hello, plains. Random village, okay. Splosh. We'll call E2 biome variety. And one last place before I log off. We're going to go to N2. So let's see, how do we, oh, that looks really kind of cool. Check this out. It's like this entire area is sort of carved away. You could empty this, and then it would be this sort of giant basin with all these very tall trees. We got taiga hills here. That means we are in a taiga valley. And the valley is surrounded by these just sheer walled mountains. That's kind of cool. You could base a giant crazy sphere around here just to encapsulate this area and then let the terrain do the work. Although it would be good to measure. In fact, maybe I'll do a bit of that right now. So if I go over to this wall, and then I try to go to the adjacent wall, it is D3 by -15. So we're going from -15 to the adjacent wall, or thereabouts. That is 52. 62. Yeah. You could encapsulate this entire area. You can encapsulate this entire area in a giant crazy glass sphere. Land on the top of that tall tree. Try again. See, from there to there could be inside a giant glass sphere. In fact, centering. Yeah. Yeah, do it properly. And you could make it seem like the terrain extended itself into this without doing any real carving. You'd start from over here somewhere. Just enough to make that point. be the middle of the sphere. And then these walls would be contained within the glass. Yeah, wild. Okay. Not that I'm doing it, mind you, but my last point of call is going to be north. Although, can I actually... Crafty Man is here. Crafty Man, if you can hear me and are willing to sleep to make this rain go away, let me know. I do have a bed on me. That said, it's time to hit the north point. So this is east, so I need to be going west-ish. But then I also need to be going north-ish, so that should take me there. It's not letting you sleep? Oh. I'm flying through the air right now. If you want to sleep, I'll make it happen. Let's see. I am awfully high up. Look at me falling through the snow. Bath. Yeah, it would not be letting you sleep because I made time go forwards. If you would like to sleep, I will make time go forwards again. Let me know and I will make it happen. For now, I am going to continue flying in the direction that I wanted. Let's see. You can sleep? Alrighty then. Nothing attacking me around here, so... You only sleep at night? We'll fix that. Sleeping. And that should solve the rain. So here I am on my little tiny island figuring out where to go next. Hi, chicken. Looking for north. So and we need to go, let's see. I'm going to start by going north to the correct place. And then we're going to figure out where I need to go for N2, which is the final point of call. Looks to me like I'm going to continue to go west until that is centered out. Gotta love Snowball Madness and its ability to yeet yourself around so vigorously. Here we are. Zeroing in on the spot. Is it in the middle of the ocean? No, it's not. This is Snowy Lands. Alrighty, so that befits north. I like that as a thing for north. We'll see whether we can actually get to the relevant spot. Crossing the frozen lake. Being pursued by bears. Oh, alright, see you later, Crafty Man. I'm almost done for the day. 1990. There's 2001. Here's 2000. And here is where we'll build the tower and look about a little bit before logging off and making dinner. How do I jump again? There we go. Up we go to scope out N2. Probably high enough. Okay, yeah, this is kind of just snowy tundra. I'm going to write snowy tundra. Alrighty. So that's a bunch of possible locations for things. Oh, and I could double check. I don't remember actually writing down anything for NE2, so what I should do is go and check that out. I am satisfied in my description of this as snowy tundra, because I mean, look at it. It is snowy lands, sometimes with trees and sometimes without. And caves in which are bears, or possibly not, in which are skeletons, which is a lot more likely. So 2000 by negative 2000. So NE2 is going to be fairly close in this direction. Oh, look at that big cave. Or rather than cave, it is kind of a crater. Eaten over to that 2000 point, and this time I'm going to write down what NE2 proved to be. I'm not sure if I even made it there. I feel like I did, but I could be mistaken. But we'll find out soon enough. If I left a noob tower there, that means I was there. And I think I may come back to spawn once I'm done. And here we are. What was this place, if anything? Oh, hello. Did I never find this? Dude, we have bunnies. Bunnies. And we also have a completely different biome for which to do a mega build. This is full-on desert. Complete with the bunnies. I should make a stack of cactus for this one. Can't really do that though. I have gone right past the point, haven't I? That is the point. Or rather, this is the point. Let's go up a little bit and see what it looks like from a height. Yeah, I definitely did not get here because I would have made note of it. I would have been like, OMG, desert. Now this would be a place for castles made of sand eventually. I mean, just look at it. Oh, and there's even a little temple. You could build a place around the little temple. At any rate, desert. NE2 means desert. And with that, we're going to fly back to spawn and call it a day. Having built one giant arcology and made noted down spaces for a whole bunch of other stuff that can be much like it. Here's our nearest actual terrain, which I believe is Savannah. Savannah is always cool. It's not even particularly steep or nasty savanna. It's just straight up savanna. A water hole with cattle. And this is actually taking me out farther where I was looking to go closer to spawn, but gotta love savanna. Savanna's cool. Concluding in more desert. Okay, so back home we go. Back to spawn. Careful not to run into things too fast because you can actually get killed pretty effectively doing that. Southwest will do it because that was northeast. Eaten away at a massive pace until we get into the zone. Let's see where we land. Biff. Can I see any landmarks? Sure can. We are actually quite close to spawn because recognize this. This is the very first arcology made on the server. And here is literally spawn. So I'm going to walk peacefully over to my actual house. Okay, I'm going to yeet myself over to my actual house. Okay, never mind, walk. I don't think I guess I didn't put path. Go figure. Home again, jiggity jig. As my dad used to say, and also the tiny little creatures in Blade Runner would say. And I will bid you good day for the moment. Yeah, no, I got to work on that kind of stuff. I don't really have a option but to put in the effort at the self-care because I don't really have a fallback position. It's like you can have enough money for synthesizer parts. That's not the same as, you know, car replacement money or healthcare money or any of that kind of stuff. So go figure. But yeah, it has been a pretty chill day. And I look forward to doing other soothing streams, although they will probably also involve coding on plugins and things, because that comes natural enough that I don't anticipate being overly stressed by that kind of stuff. Perfectly normal. Yes, I shall have a perfectly normal day, or a perfectly normal evening, because it's already kind of late in the day. And I will see you folks again on Thursday, where we may very well be playing with plugin coding and reverb coding. And I'm going to try to do the kinds of stuff that only I would want to do. And make no compromises along those lines. So I'll talk to you folks later. Bye-bye.